Everyone out there in YouTube world. We welcome you to another episode of Photo Talk, and we have our gallery of experts here. We have Gustavo and Randall and David Stewart, and myself, who is just full of antics and comedy tonight. We're all ready to go. We'll do our hellos here, and it's great to see Roy in the chat, although we'd rather have him up here on the screen. But it's great to see him in the chat. And obviously we got Luke is in here, and who else we have? Woody. Good to see you, Woody. And we're just getting going here, so we're just going to wait till we get a few more people in here before we get into anything serious, as if this show is ever serious. So let's not kid ourselves. We're only serious once in a great while. Martin Hild is in here, and I'll talk about. I got to meet Martin this week and his wife, Verena, and so I'll have a little discussion about our meetup and what we did. And we did not have a food fight. We did not close the bar at night. We didn't drink much of anything, but we did enjoy each other's company, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. And Verena is in here. Hello, Verena. And she, I'll have to tell everyone, Verena, about the little artistic rendering you gave me, and it looked like it was on a napkin of where I could find a hummingbird nest that you saw in the afternoon after we went to a certain location in the morning. So she gave me like a roadmap to find a hummingbird's nest, so I have to look for it next time I go to the park. But I have a great map that she drew up.
So there is hummingbird nests in your area?
Well, I've never seen one in my life, but she got a picture of it, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. So, and she has a very good eye for seeing things. I have 4 eyes, and it doesn't improve anything at all. Actually, we all have 4 eyes here on the panel.
Well, sometimes a new set of eyes see things that we've been missing for years.
Yeah,
and I was watching that interview with the senior management of Red and the Nikon representatives, and what really amazes me is that the engineers from both groups are working together, and they're solving each other's problems. And it's no longer it's your problem or it's my problem, it's our problem. And if they're doing that with Red, that's only going to spill over to Nikon. Hey, Joey.
We got Joe.
Hey guys, I heard your comments about how.
So see, notice everyone how I have the Canadians at the bottom half of the split screen.
Because you're afraid of our superior opinions.
Well, yes, I am actually. I'm very scared, very, very scared.
Oh, we're sorry.
I'm afraid, like in the United States, our weather patterns are commonly blamed on Canada. The weathermen are constantly saying, oh, the cold front coming in from Canada that we weren't expecting is what caused us to be wrong with our forecast 9 out of 10 times, So Canada gets blamed for our weather woes all the time.
Well, we got this other place called Alaska that's north of us, and that keeps screwing us up all the time.
I just blame the Russians. I'm like, outside the Arctic, it's them. They keep sending their nasty weather over.
I try to blame those unknown lights I see in the sky at night, but people don't believe me.
Jeff reminded me of that guy from the History Channel that was always like pro-alien. His hair was like up like this, and he'd be like, "They're real.
They're real. They do exist."
He looked like a meteorologist, honestly.
They do exist. I'm going to put up the reminder, guys, because we got 20 people in here now. We got Mike Farwell's in here, and I must be missing some more people. Of course, we count too, so we count as 5 people here. Well, I'm bigger than you guys, so I think we count as 6 people. But I'll put up the caption here as a reminder because we're only 2 weeks away now, guys, from our photo review on May 4th. I've only got 9 images. I got 9 images as of today. So please mark your calendar to try to send in something for the May 4th photo review. And you know how sometimes, like I since we've been doing the photo review, on this channel anyway, I think we didn't do it on Chuck's either. We never really picked a category. We never said, oh, we're going to do macro, we're going to do people or whatever. So I have one request. I'm going to share an image of that I took, something that I got humor out of. Okay, something that I thought was a little funny. Now, you guys, I'm sure are well aware that it's not too often that I take any images with a cell phone. It's kind of rare for me. And I certainly don't promote taking pictures with your cell phone while you're driving your car. But I was at a stoplight. I was stopped, and I saw something that put a smile on my face, and I thought I would try to get a picture of it, which I did, and I'll share it with you. So I'm going to ask everybody that if you have one image, if you're going to send 4 images in, if you have one image in your collection of images that makes you laugh when you see it, a funny moment, whether it be, no matter what it is, how Nikon had that recent photo contest with, silly birds or funniest bird photos or whatever, something along that line. Hello, Maribel. Hello, Chuck. Chuck's here too, I hope.
Not yet.
Let me get back to the chat so I could see. Ava's in the house. Yeah, Maribel, nice to see you. Maribel, are you home or still in North Carolina? Albert's in the house. Hello, Albert. He emailed me just before the show, actually. But anyway, if you guys have one photo that brings you joy or puts a smile on your face or whatever, throw it in there in the photo review 2 weeks from now, along with your normal stuff that you do. And if you don't have anything funny, then just do the normal stuff, whatever you like to do. But if you have one image, send it in. I'm just going to share with you quick, just something, when you having a strange day and you see something that just kind of makes you laugh, and you say, okay, I'm going to try to get this image. Definitely not award winning by any means, but I found it funny.
Oh.
It's very common for cars in South Carolina to never see a car wash. That's pretty typical, especially with trucks, because all the trucks look like they've been off-roading, and they're covered with mud, and the windows are covered with mud, and you don't know how people can even see out of their vehicles. But obviously, I think someone's kid probably went to the back of their dad's truck and decided to put the sun and a happy face on the back of the tailgate of the truck. So I just said, I found that kind of funny and cute. So I said, I'll take a quick snapshot of that. So if you have anything that just puts a little smile on your face, throw it in next month's photo review. We can all, I think we can all use a little bit of humor now and then.
Just sent mine through now.
So let's see.
So Chuck is in now.
Okay. Hello, Chuck. I'm going to type it in.
Hi, Chuck.
So let's let me change our little caption here. And
so 2 weeks from now, next photo review.
Yep. 2 weeks from now, as they say, be there or be square. You don't want to be square. You don't want to be a square. You don't want to be associated with squares. So you want to make sure you send in an image. In Joey's case, now, Joey, he was near the top of the list the last couple shows in terms of sending pictures in right away. So he's trying to break records at this point. So hopefully he'll continue his trend because, and then that way he gets in and out of the show quick too on the photo review.
No, I'm not trying to get in and out of the show.
You run away from us, right? You run away.
Oh, Jeff, you're sounding like my mom. She's always like, "Oh, you seem like you're trying to get out of here quick or something." No, I'm not going to get out of here quick. She's like, "I know
Your
what
mom
you're doing."
watching the show right now. Hi, Mom, and I agree with you. He's always running away.
Actually, she went to the camera store today. She went to check out the wedding photography workshop they were doing, and she kept saying, "So when are you going to get your ticket, Joey?" And I was like, I'm sleeping in today. She's like, "Oh, Owathi." So then she made Dad go with her instead, and she was like getting me to like give her a reminder of how to use her Fuji X-T20 before she went because she didn't want to look like a noob.
Well, the sad thing is, and I think we all know this, is if you have, well, and Joey, you got several different types of cameras, and we all do, and you don't use one for a while, then sometimes you're hitting yourself in the head saying, why can't I remember where this was? It's in the camera. You don't remember where in the menu it is. You want to turn something on or turn something off, and the rust appears quickly. And the older you are, the more rust you have to scrape off.
So Roy is breaking some rumors here. Breaking news from Roy.
Okay. Already amongst reviewers. Well, how come I didn't get mine?
Our channels are too big, Roy. That's why.
I mean, I personally take this. This is an affront. This is an insult, right? Right, Joey, you and I should both have those cameras in our hand, and we should be able to like make a contest out of it and go out and shoot certain things and compare images and have a little fun with it. But we're just not recognized as being important enough, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, Panasonic recognized me, so I switched teams. I know what I am. I know what I am. They're actually sending me a couple more lenses this week. I'm quite excited.
Hey, did you get the firmware update to your S5 II-X?
I didn't yet, actually, so I'm going to do a review on it. I was kind of holding off. I'm sitting on this video right now. I got to finish actually tonight. I'm going to finish shooting it. It's on the Deity mic, shotgun mic. But yeah, I think before those lenses come, I'll probably do a review on it. But Randall, have you switched yours over yet?
Yeah, so it looks good. Firmware 3. You got the S5 II, right?
Yeah. So it'll be 3 for that, and then 2 for the S5 IIX if you have that camera. Yeah. Oh, it looks good. The autofocus looks good.
Yeah. So I think it's version 2 on the 2X. I can't remember, and it's 3 on the 2. So
that's correct.
Yeah. It looks awesome.
That's awesome. No, it looks like a good update, and also you're getting the Frame IO integrated in as well. So if you're a Frame IO subscriber, you can like wirelessly send your raw files to your computer to the cloud. Which if you're a big collaborator, that's pretty cool. I mean, it's not something I would do, but there's a lot of folks that shoot out in the field, so having that flexibility like you do in the Fuji systems, that's amazing.
Yeah, they've been using the Lightroom or whatever just to. So it's a good backup plan, but if you're with Apple, then they want to charge you with the storage. It depends where you put the photos, so you can't win.
No. Roy's pretending that he has a button on his lip here, and he can't speak, he can't visit people, but he knows there's people out there that have the Z6 III. It could be cool. And, I want to kind of get off track a little bit, not to interrupt you guys, but obviously I'm going to interrupt you guys. I want to Albert throws up this message, and I appreciate it, and I just want to thank everybody in the chat who watched my last video from my regular part of my channel. Your understanding and extremely kind comments are greatly appreciated. as you can see, the rumors of my demise have been greatly exaggerated. I will. What I think I will do is I may be sharing a few images tonight that I shot with the 105 millimeter macro and the Plena lens, which I got it. I've had it for a while and I haven't had time to use it. But I've been out shooting a lot this week and I'm pretty beat and worn out because, making a little bit more time for myself, and I'm getting as they say, get my butt out of the chair and away from the computer and going out and doing more what I want to do. So I didn't realize it would wear me out so much.
Definitely healthier than being behind the desk doing YouTube videos.
Oh yeah, definitely healthier. And but thank you all so much for your understanding, for your patience, for your kind words, and your loyalty to the channel. Means a lot, and hopefully you don't despise me at this point where you won't join me on the show because I want to. The show is important to myself. It's important to everybody, and we want to keep the ball rolling here until Chuck kicks me in the butt and kicks me off the screen, and then I'll thank Chuck and say, "Okay, Chuck, roll with it." But I also want to thank Luis. I did send Luis an invite tonight, but he's probably busy. I want to thank him for his excellent and detailed presentation on Costa Rica that he did over 2 live streams, not 2 continuous live streams, but 2 live streams. And I thought I knew a little bit about Costa Rica. I looked at a lot of, photo tour events and looked at itineraries and did a little homework on my own. And after he did his presentation, I realized I know nothing about Costa Rica. So I didn't realize how stupid I was about Costa Rica until Luis came on and did those presentations. Now, he was very kind. He sent me 2 files. He sent me the map. Oh, jeez, I just did. What if I do this? You're still going to do it? Yeah, look at this. So I got to stop talking like I'm Italian. What happens if I do this? Nothing. See? Okay. But he sent me the map that he was showing that shows the hotels, okay, that he talked about, places, resorts, places that you could stay at. And then he also sent me a list of contacts that have links, direct links for the lodges themselves, different reserves, and some tour operations. So I have those files. If anyone on the show wants to get those files to have for their general information, send me an email and put in the title Costa Rica info. So then, boom, I know exactly what you want. You don't have to say any more than that. Just put it in the header, Costa Rica info. I'll attach the 2 files and respond with those 2 files and send them to you. Okay, so anybody who wants those files, just send me an email titled Costa Rica info, and I will send you those 2 files. And I thank, once again, Luis for doing that for us. And now let's see. What else do we got here? We got 21 people in the house, which is good. It's good. There weren't a lot of rumors. There's a few rumors. I looked at all the rumor channels. We're going to get a little presentation at some point in time tonight from Gustavo. He did another, I guess we'll call it an artist sharing event, right? Is a good way of wording it. And it's always good to work with people who have a vision and present something that you like in a different way. Okay, and I'll leave it at that because I don't want to spoil his pitch. I did get a chance to meet our fellow chat members and community members, Martin and his wife Verena. They live in Frankfurt, Germany, in that neck of the woods, and they flew to Texas initially to try to capture the solar eclipse when it occurred. And when the conditions were looking unfavorable in Texas, they drove 20 hours and went to Missouri. And I guess they were pretty close to where Gustavo ended up going. And from there, I know they went to Florida. They told me they went to the Everglades National Park, and they went on the air boats that they have that go through the Everglades, and did that tour and got some nice pictures. And they were in Georgia. They were in Wilmington, North Carolina, which is where Tim's going to be in Wilmington, North Carolina, aka Mozman's going to be in Wilmington, North Carolina next week. So Tim and I are going to be doing some photo shoots together in the next week and a half. And he'll be coming down here. I'll be going up there, and hopefully we'll get lucky with the black skimmers. And there were a few oyster catchers last year, but predominantly black skimmers that are starting their mating and nesting ritual on one of the beaches in like 10 minutes away from Wilmington, North Carolina. It's quite a quite a sight to see. Actually, it's really, really cool. So I'll be seeing him, and then sometime in I think between the time frame of May 12th to May 17th, Jeff and Leslie will be in North Carolina for a family reunion, and I plan on tagging up with them for a meet and greet, lunch date or a dinner date or whatever. So I'll get to meet them. So meeting Martin and Verena was really, really great. They came to Myrtle. They got to Myrtle Beach this past Thursday afternoon. They stopped over at my residence, and my wife and we all met and had some nice conversation. Went out for a meal, and then the next morning we met at the house at 6 a.m. and we went out and took some pictures together. So we got some nice sunrise pictures. They saw some oyster catchers. And we went to Huntington Beach State Park, where one section of the park, for the first time in, the prior 2 years, the nesting activity had diminished drastically. And this year, the nesting activity is fairly, it's much improved than the previous 2 years. So it's hard to get pictures of them because, when birds are nesting, they don't sit there and say, I'm going to nest on the edge of the tree or the edge of the bush and make it easier for you to get pictures of me. They're going to bury themselves in the flora and fauna as much as they can and make it hard for you. So, but you make the best of what you have. We got some neat images, and we had a good time. And then they went, so we were only out till about 10 a.m., 10:30 a.m., because then the light gets too bright. And we came back to the house, we said our goodbyes, and then they went back. Verena contacted me via email later on that evening and said they went back to the park in the afternoon. They had gotten some painted bunting images. Which, they wanted to see the painted buntings really bad.
Congratulations.
And then what was cool was Verena writes like on a napkin, and she draws a tree and the branches, and she took a few pictures of this tree. And she said that I don't know if you guys can hear the lightning in the background here on the mic. We got a good storm coming in now.
Wow.
And I have roof damage on my roof, so that makes me feel good about the storm coming in. If you see me running for a bucket, you'll know the roof isn't doing too well. But anyway, they went back, and one of the bird watchers pointed out where there was a hummingbird nest. And so she tried to draw a sketch and give me a road map. It's like, where's Waldo? Or I'm trying to find gold now, and direct me so when I go back there, I can find the hummingbird's nest. And she got a picture of the hummingbird in the nest. And I've never seen a hummingbird nest. So that was kind of cool. And hopefully I'll find it next time I go, which should be this coming Tuesday, and hopefully I can shoot some video of the hummingbird in the nest, and I may share that video as a short community post on my channel. And I think I'll do that once in a while. You guys will just get a short community post with share a few photos, share a few very short videos, things that I'm not making a big, 40-minute presentation on. Just share a clip here or there, share a picture here or there, share stuff on the show, that kind of thing. So that all is well and good, and we are that we're doing okay.
So, Martin, congratulations on the painted bunting. I know how much you wanted to see it. So you did it. So now we want to see the photos.
Photo review. 2 weeks. Be there or be.
Mark and his wife were a joy. I mean, they're fantastic people. And I told them, and I didn't say this out of a sense of being embarrassed, but I told them, I says, I've never had the opportunity to converse with someone visiting from outside the United States before. That's never happened for me. So it was really, really neat, because my mom and her side of the family are German, and my dad's side is Irish, and I told them my oldest cousin went to the University of Heidelberg and studied the German language and is a professor of the German language, and he teaches in the States now. And so we got to talk about, our cultures and, how things are in the United States, how are things in Germany. And as they say, we have a lot more in common, than we think as a society within our countries. A lot of things are extremely similar, both good things and bad things. So that was really, really interesting to find out. We had good conversation. We had good company taking the pictures. I only wish I could have found you more subjects to take. I felt a little bad that the day before, Thursday morning, the same place for the oyster catchers, I had 7 oyster catchers flying around like crazy. I mean, moving really, really fast. And I was hoping to have a repeat performance on Friday morning when I took them, but we only lucked out and had 2 that were flying around, and got them, at ground level, kind of like just walking around and figuring out what they wanted to do for the day. But wonderful people, wonderful time, and everybody has an open invitation. If you're ever going to go pass through South Carolina and Myrtle Beach area, feel free to look me up, and we'll try to touch base. And if you want, I can show you some areas you can go. I can go with you, or I can give you information on how to get to those places. And anything I could do to make your stay through my neck of the woods more pleasant would be my pleasure. So take me up on it. I would love to meet. I'd love to meet everybody, but my wife gets a little nervous sometimes.
That's what I'm going to ask you, Jeff. Tell us a secret. What's going on when your wife say these people are coming to visit you? What are you doing? She must be surprised.
Oh no! I mean, she's a little bit on the. I'm the one that's a social butterfly in terms of you could throw me in a room with people I never met, and I'll leave with. You throw me in a room with 100 people for 4 hours, I'll leave with 99 new friends. You throw my wife in a room with 100 people, she'll run out before she makes one friend. I mean, she's just not a social butterfly, like me. So I have to be cognizant of that fact. But she it went well. She liked them. Everything went well, and we had a good time. I'm going to share a few pictures. I got a few pictures of them that were taken to prove that they are real. Okay, I'm not talking about the M&M guys here. I'm talking about real human beings. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up. I'm going to open up a few files, and then I'm going to share them with everybody so that there is proof of their existence. So this first picture is, let's see, this first picture is of Verena and Martin, and they're just sitting on the bench outside of the restaurant that we were going to eat at that night. We had to wait a few minutes for a table, and so they were not used to the temperature in Myrtle Beach. I don't really remember how warm it was that day. It might have been in the 80s, which is maybe a little bit warmer than normal for this time of year. They thought it was very, very hot, very, very hot. And I said, if you want hot, come back in August and September. And not only will you be hot, you'll be soaking wet because it's so humid. Then you walk outside for 5 minutes, your clothes are dripping wet. It's very uncomfortable. So let me find another one here. Here's one with my wife. Now, I don't know if I dropped my pants or what, but everybody was kind of smiling here. And I don't remember if I said anything funny or I made a funny face or they just think I look stupid and they laughed at me. I don't know. But I like this photo the best because my wife was pretty wiped from a rough work week. Still had one more day to go. And even she was cracking a smile. So this is my favorite photo out of the bunch. And then just to prove that I was there.
Hey, that looks Photoshop. I don't believe you.
I was there. That is not an AI version of Jeff. That is the real Jeff. But it was fun. I mean, it's just like when Ted and a few of the other guys, met up with Chuck at B&H Photo in New York. When you all share a common interest like we do, it's amazing that you just click. And in some cases, we've all known each other, I guess you could say, in a virtual environment for several years now, if not longer. And when you actually meet in person, you just feel like you've known the person forever. I mean, you really haven't, but it's really, really a lot of fun. And David Moots and his wife, stopped by that one time, and that was a great visit. And hey, you guys are always welcome to stop by. I mean, we had a good time. So hopefully they'll get back. And this was their 10th time in the United States. And I'll tell you, Martin and his wife have put on more miles in the time they've been in the United States, and they still got a bit of traveling to do. They're like, they got like another week before they head back, and they're flying back home from Texas. So he's putting so many miles on the car. I've lived in the United States my whole life. I've never driven that much. He comes his 10th trip to the United States, and he's put more miles on a car in 2 weeks than I ever have. So it's almost embarrassing, but that's how it works out, I guess, sometimes. And we have Drunk Wedding Photographers in the house, and Bob from Bob Our Photos is here. And who else we got here? I'm missing a bunch of names. Terry's in the house. Jeff and Leslie. This is Jeff. I don't believe that this would be stated. I think that you would walk away with 99 friends as well. Believe me. Martin says he's plenty in Huntington Beach. It was easier for them to get good photos than in the Everglades. Oh, but then we had a guide. Yeah. I was like the seeing eye dog. That's about. I was the human seeing eye dog, and I didn't see as much as I wanted, so I was a little bit disappointed. Yeah, as Jet says, it's a beautiful state, but super muggy in the summer. Yeah, in the summertime, you want to run away. In summertime is when you want to say, can I afford to go to Alaska or Norway or someplace like that? You know, it's really, and they love the painted bunting. For those of you who are not familiar with that bird, it's that bird attracts thousands of people to this state just to get a photo of that bird, and realistically, you're only gonna I only saw technically one in the wild, okay, where I was actually walking in the woods and I saw one at the base of a tree. Um, where what you end up doing to see them in the park is obviously they congregate, and when I say they, I may only be talking a mating pair, a male and a female. I'm not talking dozens of painted buntings. I mean, it's like maybe one pair, and they're going to congregate around the feeders, and then you got to hope when they fly off with the food that they land on a tree that's close enough for you to take a picture of them on the branch in a tree, because sometimes they'll fly 400 yards away, and obviously that doesn't do you any good, and it could be very frustrating because you see them on the feeder, you don't want to take the feeder shots, you want to get the shot on the tree branch, and you just have to wait and wait and wait and wait, and eventually you get lucky enough and you get one. But they're extremely beautiful birds. They're probably the most colorful birds, one of the most colorful birds in the United States. Makes you feel like for 1 second that maybe you're in Costa Rica by mistake, but yeah, it's a lot of fun, and it's a beautiful bird. I'm glad they got what they wanted to get, and I know that Martin is into flora and fauna, and when he went to North Carolina, he wanted to get let me see, what was it? The Venus flytraps. He wanted to get pictures of Venus flytraps, and he was able to do that, and he got what he wanted to get.
Good.
So so it sounds like he's been successful in getting the images that he was hoping to get wherever he's stopping along his journey here, and so I wish them both the best on the rest of their trip, and hope they have a safe flight home and everything goes well, and then share some of those images in next month's photo review. Just don't share them.
Those painted bunting in your area, of course, they come from Florida, so from the Everglades. So I'm glad that they have already migrated by the time Martin was there.
Now, they also got to see a male and a female prothonotary warbler as well, and the male is yellow, and the female is yellow and green. I believe it's like a darker green on the body, but as we know in the bird world, for the most part, the males, for whatever, I guess the reasoning is the males are prettier than the females, and the logic is that they're quicker to be recognized by let's say a predatory animal or bird, and the male is willing to sacrifice himself for the female, which doesn't get noticed as quick, and has a chance to continue to raise the young or what have you. So in this case, the males are prettier than the females, unlike in the human world, where that's definitely not the case. The females are definitely a lot better looking than the males are. So he says here, Martin, 11 carnivorous plant species, all in North Carolina.
Wow.
Now, Martin, what was the name? Did you say you were at the Carolina? Was it the Carolina Beach? I mentioned it to Tim. I talked to Tim, aka Mozman, before the show, and I was trying to remember where you said you were, and I thought you said the Carolina Beach, and he said there's like a pond there too. Depending on how far you go in that area. There's a lot of different areas to capture the plant life and birds and things like that. So I wasn't exactly sure where you were, but if you want to share that in the chat, then Tim will probably be popping in on the show later on tonight, and maybe he can comment on that. And we got Dave Moots heading to Arizona on May 3rd for the Elegant Trojan at Madera Canyon.
That's a beautiful. Remember the quetzal that Luis was showing us last week? Basically, that's on the same family. It's a beautiful bird. So good luck, Mr. Boots, and I'm sure I will be checking with you of your experience. Actually, I was thinking about David the other day because I wanted to photograph the prairie chickens, and you can photograph in Nebraska, in Colorado, or in Kansas. So, so maybe next year, because I think it's already getting late for the prairie chicken, and I will let David Moots know. Maybe we can meet in one of those places that you can photograph the prairie chickens.
And David, you have an open invite to come on the show whenever you want. I know you had a lot going on in the last 8 months, and when you feel you're ready to come on, send me an email and you'll get thrown on the invite list here, and we'll get you back on the show again. So while he's here, because his mom knows he doesn't stay very long, Joey, what have you been up to? Why don't you give us a overview of how, now that you're rich and famous and a Panasonic fanboy, we'll give you a few minutes to promote yourself here.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm definitely not rich or famous. I'm obscure and poor. I'm just kidding. No, but everything is good. Yeah, no, I don't know. Just life's good. Wedding planning, work's been busy. Not a lot going on outside of that. I've had a few shoots recently that have been fun. I had a couple lenses there on loan from Panasonic. There were some primes, so did a couple client shoots. One at the steak place and another one at the whiskey, the distillery. So that was pretty fun. I've got a couple lenses coming. I've got the 100 2.8 and then the 14 to 28 macro as well. I think the 100, we're going to take that to the distillery and do some product shots, which will be cool. And then the 14 to 28, we'll probably take that to the zoo and get into some trouble there. And then after all that's said and done, I'm going to New York for a week. So that'll be fun. And then
New York will never be the same.
Yeah, I've never been to New York, so I have no baseline for same. So it'll be good. I'm looking forward to that. It's more of a family trip, but this will be fun. And then at the end of May, I've got my photography walking thing with the camera store. So stay tuned for that. We're still fleshing the details out, but yeah, that should be fun. But aside from that, that's all I got. I don't know. I do have to go pretty soon.
You don't drink and shoot, do you? That's dangerous, right? You don't drink and shoot, do you?
It's been a few years. That. Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie, but I did do some street photography when I lived in Korea, and usually that involved 2 to 3 beers and going out. And actually, it was fun because a couple of my buddies that got into it with me, they never really did photography before that, and we would just go out and be having some barbecue and doing that kind of stuff. But it was like, man, why don't we just take some cameras and make it more of a photo walk? Do some walks and have some beers, and it's fun. But yeah, that's about it for me, guys. I don't know. Yeah.
We got Mr. Moots going to Alaska as well. So David's getting his travel bag packed here, and then Luis says he's going to be at Madera Canyon next month as well. So maybe you guys will run into each other. Who knows? That would be kind of neat. Hopefully you guys could tag up and get together. That would be great, and then share your experiences with the people in the chat here. That would be wonderful.
But that being said, Jeff, I am going to drop. I only give myself 44. I only give myself a bit of time to come on with you guys, and I got to finish that YouTube video I'm working on with the mic because I've been slacking, guys. It's been 8 days since I put out a video, and it's just not good enough. I have a very small viewership that I must remain loyal to, and I will remain loyal and put out a video at least every 10 days. So,
So, Joey, when is your wedding coming? In the summer somewhere?
yeah, end of August. Yeah, got the wedding at the end of August, and then then trip to New York. So everything's good. Everything's great. I'm excited. I'm excited to go to New York. Got a new lens, so looking forward to giving that a go. I got the Sigma 100-400. It was very cheap, so I got shipped from Adorama to my in-laws' place in Jersey. So looking forward to getting my paws on that in a few weeks and giving it a go. So,
Could you zoom in on your face a little bit?
why?
I just want to see if you're sweating yet. You're getting closer to the wedding day.
Yeah, you see the crow's eyes.
Or fear factor, that look of fear.
There's always fear. There's always fear. No, my fear is she'll change her mind. She'll wits to come about her. She'll be like, man, why am I doing this to myself? I don't know. I am excited though. It's been a long time coming, and it's going to be really fun to take those next steps together in our lives. So very excited.
Yeah, we got the comment here to live stream your wedding on the channel here.
She might kill me if I do that. It might not be a successful wedding if I live stream.
Exactly.
Yeah, but no, it's going to be good, and I'm just looking forward to no more family stress and planning. That's going to be a holiday in itself. Yeah.
Well, if you did that, as they say, that's when it comes time to share the cake, you'd get it pushed right in your face,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it'd be an epic fail on live YouTube TV, whatever they call it. But all right, guys, I'm gonna take off. But nice seeing y'all. Have a great night, and we'll probably see you guys next week for the live cast, and probably the week after that I'll be in New York. So,
okay, we'll send out a warning shot to New York. Let them know you're coming.
sounds good. Have a good night, everyone.
Take it easy.
See you later.
So, Mr. Stewart, what do you have to enlighten us with tonight? What have you been up to? I mean, I'm sure you've been doing the rounds with your hobby of your dancing that you like to do. But have you snuck out in the trailer and stayed up till the wee hours of the morning doing any more shoots?
Well, it's getting to be that time of the year when it's not dark enough anymore. So if I want to shoot the night sky, I have to head south, because if I aim my camera to the north, I see light all hours of the night and day.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the light coming over the top of the earth. So, but Anita and I are heading down to Palouse, Washington for about a week, the end of May.
Yeah, Hudson Henry likes going there a lot. He does tours there. If you want to see, check his channel out. He probably has some old streaming content of activity of shots that he's got there, and it's gorgeous. And I'd love to go there too. I mean, that's wonderful farmland and hilly and beautiful landscape shots. So. Yeah, you got to switch genres a little bit now if you can't do the night shots anymore.
Well, I'll be able to do night when I'm down there because I'm just far enough south, But I did pick up some maps that I've got of different places that are good to go. Like I get a map like this, and I've been putting it into Google. On the Google Maps, so then I can find the places better. But this map, it was produced in 2014, so it's the ground hasn't changed much. Some of the viewpoints have, but anyway, we will see what happens. And Anita and I were out shooting birds today, and we found 2 bald eagles. And my 800 wasn't quite long enough, so I put my 2 times on, and then the air is a little bit on the hazy side. So
Mr. Moots is leaving us. If people want to say goodbye,
yes, have a good day, David.
Thank you for stopping by, David. And like I said, open invitation, my friend. Anytime you want to come on.
And photo review. Send some.
And oh yeah, try to sing us a few images, David, for the photo review on May 4th. So we'd appreciate that if you have time. See, he's still in the this old house mode because he rebuilt his son's 16 by 20 shed today, so he can't get the hammer out of his hand. So that's
Yeah, and right after the photo review, Anita and I are heading to Jasper.
Oh,
Yeah. So we'll see what it's like there, and the Grizzlies are out running around, and the boss is active in Banff, and the boss is one bear that that if you can get a good shot with an 800, you may be too close.
I know they are out already in the Tetons because I've seen some videos. But typically in Canada, there in Jasper, they probably like a month later than even in Yellowstone.
Yeah, but there's one spring when I was out camping in Banff, is the boss took out a bull elk. Then within a month after that, it took out another black bear.
Oh.
So it's not a bear that you want to tangle with, and that's why they call him the boss.
David, I want to get your opinion since you're talking bears and see how you would react to this true course of events in North Carolina. A recent story was published that the wildlife folks in North Carolina have issued a warning to people, like a cease and desist, because there are people that are actually pulling baby black bears out of the tree to take selfies with them. So what would you like to say to those people? I'll let you say it instead of me. I'll let you say it instead of me.
Yeah, I gave up mining, so my vocabulary is rather limited. Oh.
For those who have done that, be thankful that you are still breathing, because if Mama Bear sees you taking and you know what, and you're idiots, and you're double idiots. You're idiots for doing that, putting the health of the baby bear at risk and your own health, because Mama Bear sees you, Mama Bear is going to rip you in pieces. And then I don't know, David, you might know more about this. I'm surmising here. I'm kind of guessing that, in nature, there are some animals that if they're young have the scent of a person on them, they abandon the young. Now, I don't know if that happens with bears or not, but it's definitely not smart to be doing the kind of stuff they're doing. That's about as dumb ASS as you can get, in my opinion.
No, and if you're dumb enough to publish your pictures and our parks people find them, they'll send you an invite to go to court, and it's a federal court, so you find that 3/4 of your lawyers that you find cannot go to federal court, and so but it doesn't matter how much that the ticket is the lawyer fees will be much more, and if you do not appear and you're not a Canadian, the next time you come into the country, you'll be arrested at the border.
Yeah.
I just, I mean, that's your what do they call them, Turons there at Yellowstone, Gustavo, the people that are like, I want to hug the bison and get the picture of me hugging the bison, and then I wonder why I have a horn stuck up my and the next thing you know, I'm flying through the air and I don't have wings and I don't know how to fly, type of thing, so it's like
but you'll learn as you hit the ground, like farm animals are bad enough, and they're used to people. Now you can go into something like that, and and they're extremely unpredictable.
Okay, I want to make sure I'm interpreting this properly. I mean, I have a spider, that I use to color calibrate my monitor, but I know there's also those. Okay, so when you say color card, in this case, if you're talking a color card, I'm assuming you're talking about where you put that in your photo when you take your photograph. I've never used those, to be quite honest with you. I calibrate my monitor, but I've never put. At one time, I used to sometimes use a meter in the early days of the SLRs. I used to meter off of gray cards because I'd get a more accurate exposure settings for my camera. But I never used a color card before. I don't seem to have any problem not doing that. But have you guys used one? And if so, do you like doing it? Or do you do it all the time? Do you do it once in a while? Any thoughts?
I have used them too. Sometimes I put it in my bag. They don't occupy that much space, right? Particularly, I think for me, they have been more useful mostly for the white balance, right? The white balance can be tricky, and that help a lot, right? If you can match the if you have, but as you know, given that we do mostly wildlife, very difficult to put the car in front of where the animals are. But
don't you try to stick the card in the bird's mouth and just say, hold it there for a second?
exactly.
And then you watch them eat it.
Yeah, they would eat it. Yeah.
But this is actually, to tell you the truth, one of the things that is with these modern cameras, they are so good. The one that I struggle the most is actually with the white balance. The white balance, it can be quite tricky to get the right color. Okay, not that matter. You should raw. You can always change it, but it can be. You go in one direction, you get one kind of color cast. You go in a different direction, you may get a different color cast. And remember, I think it was about 2 weeks ago that we discussed the issue that certainly for the people that do auto white balance, like me in my raw photos, and you're doing mostly wildlife, it is better to use the daylight white balance, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what I and I'll say, and some will say this is cheating. I just say it's all part of the game. I'll use the daylight auto white balance mode. Now, obviously, if you're you could pretend you're me. I know everybody wants to be me, right? Yeah. Let's see, raise your hands. How many people want to be me? But not too many. Only the paid supporters here raised their hands.
Exactly.
I mean, obviously, if you're shooting pictures at 6:30 in the morning, 7 in the morning, it's going to have a cool color cast to it, but see, that's where you could go in and just tweak the crank up the white balance and make it warmer, and it would look like you took it 3 hours later. I mean, if you like the look, or you're trying to represent the image as you saw it, and you say that's why I leave it cool, that's how I saw it with my eyes, I leave it that way, that's fine. If you say, sometimes what I do is I beauty of raw, right? So I have the original file. I can always go in and duplicate the file or whatever I want, and then I can make it warm, and I can have 2 versions of the same image. So that's the beauty of what we can do now, So I don't find it with nature anyway, where I have to get into using cards and stuff too much, because I mean you have the power of post-processing where you could correct pretty much anything or tweak it to your taste after the fact, and you can just and that's a personal preference of what you want to do as an artist and how you want to present your work. So there's no right and there's no wrong, right?
But it's a good idea to have it, but because it can be tricky. I mean, even in the presentation later on that I will do, that photo that I have has a little bit of a bluish cast on the snow. Correct. So I was watching it today. Say, oh, maybe I should correct it in the future. Certainly, with stuff that is white, it can really get either too yellow or too blue, or so. Mookie, I think it's a good idea. I mean, if you have the condition allowed and you have your car there in your bag,
Yeah.
to check it out. Correct.
I mean, with the snow scenario, lots of times I'll just take the eyedropper and select white. And
Exactly.
click. I know the snow's supposed to be white. I'll click on the snow, and then that's usually gets me 90% there. And then I could tweak it a little bit if I want to. But there's all little ways of doing it, and
I'm sure.
And the thing is, you do what you're most comfortable doing, because there is no this is the only way you can do it, because there's a lot of people out there that'll say this is the only way to do it, and if you don't do it this way, shame on you. And you do it however it works for you.
And as I said, certainly that time that I went to photograph in California, the orcas, I tell you, in the photographing from the boat during that trip, and then making the presentation that I make here, it took me a while, because you don't want from one photo in the series to look different color than the next one. So certainly for when you present more than one image, it can be tricky. So I remember doing small adjustments and say, okay, do they look consistent, right? So there are situations in which what Moki suggesting here makes sense.
Yeah, what I end up doing lots of times is I'm not a Photoshop expert. I actually kind of stink at it pretty bad. I've probably taken 2 courses in it, but because I don't use it often enough, I forget everything, and then I don't want to take the courses again. So Lightroom I've used since Lightroom came out, so I'm just comfortable with Lightroom, good, bad, or indifferent. But I'll do a lot of, like, if I took a series of photos of a certain critter, let's say, or bird, and as long as the light is the same. Once I get my exposure settings the way I want, I just copy the settings and I paste it on the next photo, and that way I have everything the same, and everything looks the same, and I just do it that way. But there's, like I said, there's different ways of achieving the same thing, and you just do what you feel comfortable doing. I do think that this is an appropriate thing to try. And see if you can get away with it. You could put the card in the hand of the bear that the person's going to take off the tree, and see how that works too. If you go to North Carolina, stupid people.
Yeah, for those, is maybe what the subject should do is have the card on their chest. So when you go to take the picture, then you can adjust it all afterwards and see how it goes.
Yeah,
That was a good one.
Yeah,
That was a good one. Yes.
Yeah, it's coming, baby. It's coming.
Yeah, Jeff, I do something similar to what you do. Is if I have a series, I'll adjust them all at the same time in Bridge as a group. Yeah. And that way everything will match. And then you can go into the pictures individually and tweak them if you want afterwards. But it works well. But usually I don't have a series that I have to match, but I can see why Roy does things the way he does, because his pictures have to match, and he may be taking them over a period of hours or days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to put this up because, David, you contacted me. We didn't really talk about it one-on-one, but you contacted me about it.
Oh my God.
You guys might want to do a screen grab right now, because if I get struck by lightning, I'm not going to look quite as good. So you might want to get it now. While either way, I still won't have hair. But if I get struck, I won't have hair anywhere. uh, is
Like in the cartoons, you're going to see a little smoke coming out of your head.
yeah, I'll put this up because this was something that I was going to talk about a little bit, and I know David will talk about it too, is Nikon Rumors had a couple of videos in the last few days where there was, I guess I'm going to call it probably the most laid back interview I ever saw in my life, to put it mildly, with Red's former president and co-owner, now an advisor for Nikon, Jared Land, with Scott Balcom. And I'll just say, from an interviewing point of view, it was not exceptionally good. I'll word it that way. It was. You might as well just handed out a couple beers and just had people talking. But at least Jared did talk enough to where he covered. Probably the best question, and really the only real question that Scott asked was, how did things lead up to the purchase of the merger, and so you got a little bit of historical content about that. While the lawyers were on both sides going back and forth over the lawsuit, the patent infringement case that was going on between Nikon and Red, that basically, that was getting really a lot of back and forth, and they decided to take a pause. And then at some point, there was some more general conversation between both parties, and then they each visited each other's companies and realized that there was a really good the mindset was very much the same in terms of satisfying your customers, being cutting edge. Jared Land and company were impressed with the Z8 and the Z9 and what Nikon did with that, and of course Nikon was impressed with what Red has done, and one thing led to another, and it went from, let's say, a confrontational court scenario to a, hey, we could really benefit a lot from each other. And next thing you know, what happened, and it happened. And he said it happened fairly quick. As David mentioned earlier, the one thing that made him feel comfortable in having Nikon acquire Red was when the Nikon and the Red engineers were in the same room, and they were actively engaging with each other and sharing ideas, and actually already solving some problems that each party had with certain things. And he saw how well they were communicating with each other and learning from each other. Then he felt really good about the merge, them being bought out by Nikon and being part of the Nikon family. And so that was probably one of the better parts of the interview. And then, and I think quelled a lot of, there's way too much conjecture, rumors, misinformation, misstatements going out there. Some fear that some people have, that more so, I guess, on the Red side, that they're gonna abandon their users. It's not gonna be the same. And let's face it, obviously the way Nikon operates is going to be, they all strive for the same end result, but how they each get there is going to be different. And how they operate is going to be different. So there is going to be, just like there is anytime there's a merger, you're going to have some people that will adapt well to some of the change that they need to make. Other people may not adapt well. And just like in any other business, some people may choose to leave and go somewhere else. Some people may be really excited about it and want to stay for the rest of their careers. So, you know, trying to make it out like, oh, it's just such a horrible thing, and Red isn't gonna be Red, and Nikon's gonna dump Red and just sell them and things like that is just, you know, you're just creating paranoia and fear, and for no good reason. You know, just wait. You're not getting that feeling. You get a feeling of excitement when you talk to and hear Jared Land talk, or hear his co-owner talk, and they're not dooming and glooming this whole thing. They look at it as a really positive thing. Both sides are going to benefit immensely from it, and and the funny thing is and I'm just going to throw my 2 cents in, or 5 cents in. I'm going to raise what I'm worth. I'm going to say I'll throw my 5 cents in. Is I think that the you know, what I find kind of silly, and I don't name names. I'm just going to say there are content creators out there that for a while now have been like, oh, well, the Z6 III is being held up because it's going to have Red technology in it. It's not going to have Red technology in it. Okay, you know, let's get real here. You know, and then, you know, there were some statements, I guess, made, you know, I can't say by how many people. I'm just going to say one, because it could have just been one person that said, you know, I'm not going to buy a Raptor, blah, 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 from Red, because why should I buy anything from Red? Because I'm going to wait for the Nikon Red cinematography, new camera, the new video camera. It's going to come out any day now, type of thing. So I'm not going to buy the product. And that's where Jared made it perfectly clear, which we talked about months ago when this whole thing started, was that you're not going to see a new product with an integration of ideas for years. He says you're not going to see anything new for a couple of years. So I don't know, people think it's just going to be like that. Now, what could happen before, quote unquote, a new product gets introduced? What could happen is obviously anything that you could do with firmware. If you could take the Red, the Red processing of raw files or whatever, and you may be able to implement Red's technology with file compression in an existing Nikon product. That's something that wouldn't necessarily take 2 years to do. It might take a month to do, or 2 months to do, or whatever.
Well, you've got a problem there, Jeff. Is because the raw processing for the Nikon cameras is built into the XP7. It's built into the chip. You can't change that easily with firmware. You know, and it all depends on how far down the road they are at designing the XP8. But if they're too far down the road there,
then that won't happen either.
It won't happen then. It won't be to the XP9. But there's one thing that they were mentioning. Well, there's two things. One is Red has an upgrade program for your camera. You can send it back into them, and they'll upgrade it to the latest version. And one of these things that they're talking about is possibly changing the mount, so that you may be able to get your whatever Red camera with a new mount on it, because they've been doing things like that. And I haven't heard of any other camera manufacturer that will take in your old camera and will change the sensor and will change a bunch of other stuff to make it into a new one.
Yeah,
You know?
I mean, they made it clear that they, you know, you could. Well, I think they kind of made it like, well, it's an option thing. Like when you order it from scratch, you could get the PL mount, or you could get the Canon mount, or obviously down the road, though, the Z mount will be an option as well. But it doesn't mean they can't make an adapter possibly sooner to put the Z mount glass on a existing Red camera, or like you said, do a trade up program or an upgrade program and modify the camera to use a Z mount lens. So there are a few things that could happen, but in terms of something like seeing a Nikon Red hybrid mirrorless camera or a Nikon Red video camera, like you said, you're talking years away. You're not talking tomorrow. And
they will share wave of approaching a problem. Correct?
Yeah, too many people are talking because you know and here I go rant. Now I'm doing the Chuck rant here. All about clickbait, right? All about getting likes, all about getting subscribers, so on and so forth. Stop the nonsense. You know better. Okay, I'm going to call you out. Stop the nonsense. You know it's not going to happen tomorrow.
Well, see, a big problem with putting the Z mount on the Red is the Nikon cameras or lenses. Most of them are autofocus. The autofocus for a Nikon will not work on a Red without a firmware upgrade. And whether and how easily that is to happen, because most Red cameras, they use manual focus, you know, and you have a focus puller, then that's his job, just to focus the camera. You know, when you're taking
a position, that seems like a position you'd want to eliminate.
Well, no, there are reasons for that, because like you see at different times when you have two people talking to each other, one is behind the other, is that the person that's talking is in focus, and as the other person changes or starts talking, then the focus changes, and the focus puller does that. You can't do that with autofocus.
And probably the lenses have some places that can get marked so that they do it precisely, correct?
Yeah, and they mark it, but the new Nikkor glass, because it's autofocus, whatever, you can't do that. The old stuff you could, like the stuff that we had with the SLRs, because you can mark them.
Yeah, they're all manual.
They were manual focus.
Unless you switch it to manual focus.
Well, you can switch it to manual focus, but where the dial is that the exact same focus position every time? No, it's not. You know, and that's one of the problems I've noticed with my Aurora photography. Every time I turn the camera on and off, the focus changes, and so that it doesn't matter if I'm in manual focus or not, it changes. So I've got to go in and refocus. So, and all of that's got to be fixed. But anyway, we'll see what happens. But Nikon's going to have to come out with a new set of new glass for the Red cameras, and then it'll all work. But this takes years, and you know, in 18 months you may start to see something, but it'll probably be 3 or 4 years before you'll see a lot.
Yeah, I just, you know, like I said, it just, you know, trying to accelerate time frames for the sake of discussion, you know, and then that's when a party or parties come back and say, well, I guess I was wrong. I really thought it was going to be sooner, you know, but, you know, just don't, you know, just let things. Nobody ever wants to let things happen, you know. It's just like, okay, we could sit here and say, and I'm guilty. I will admit it. I'm guilty. I thought it would have been smart for Nikon to come out with a Z6 III in the late in the third quarter, or in the last quarter, late December, you know, time frame. Announced the Z6 III and. You know, or at least introduce it and say it was in the works, and then sometime early in the first quarter of this year, start doing pre-orders or whatever, and then have it so they're shipping them out on April 1st, which was the start of their the start of the current fiscal year for them, and that didn't happen. So I blew it. I was wrong. So I will take the hit for that. That was just my opinion, obviously, in thinking of what would keep their cash flow, continuing on that steady grade upwards that it was having. Obviously, for whatever reason, we haven't heard. You hear about the Z6 III in spurts. You go a month and nobody talks about it, and then you have a week where everybody talks about it like it's coming out tomorrow, and then nothing happens for another month. And we're in that kind of a roller coaster situation. And at this point, you almost you got to have that attitude. I'll believe it when I see it, and when we see it, we'll talk about it. Otherwise, we get ourselves all excited for nothing. I mean, I don't like getting excited for nothing.
But I can see the Nikkor glass coming onto the Red fairly fast, because what you'll end up doing is taking all the servos out and you make it all manual. But the market for this is not very great, and so that they will be expensive. But it's happening already. They've been taking Nikkor glass and they've been putting it into a different container, just for to speak, just so that they can put it on the cameras. And that's been going on for a long time. And the guys that are doing that is $20,000 and $50,000 for a piece of glass is not onerous. So that'll happen sooner. And because it's much easier to make an autofocus lens into manual focus than it is the other way around. But
well, it's a fun topic to talk about, but in reality, if we were to take a survey of everybody that comes on this chat or visits this channel, would we even find one person that owns a Red or plans on buying one? And the odds are probably not any.
Well, I've got a friend of mine in Calgary that's in the business, and he knows, I think there's 3 or 4 people that own their own Red in Calgary. So they are there. But
they exist, but I don't think like within our small community here, I don't think there's really anybody that's into that level of cinematography where they're buying product at that price point. Where they're trying to optimize what they can get out of a hybrid mirrorless camera, irregardless of what brand they own. They're just trying.
And then they're complaining that a Z8 is too expensive.
Yeah, it's like you think. You think a Z9 is too high now, or a Z8 is too high now. The more toys you add, it's. I mean, it'll always be there. There'll be something there for somebody. But Nikon is very, very. I think tries to be very careful and not getting to the point where they. I mean, just look at what they did price wise with the Z9 versus the competitors. I mean, they basically are offering as good of a product. I'm not going to say or better. I mean, yeah, you could see the Nikon sign behind me and say I'm going to say or better, but let's just say they have an equivalent product for the most part at $1,000 or more less than the competition. And look at the price of the long glass on the Nikon side of the fence versus the price of the long glass on Canon's side of the fence. Huge difference in cost. Huge difference in cost. I mean, not even close. So okay, so like I said, when you're a say you had your first camera for a while, and now you're looking to kick it up a notch, as Emerald Lagasse would say. I'm looking to kick it up a notch. You really owe yourself not rushing into any brand and doing your due diligence and making up your own checklist of what do I like to shoot, what may I want to shoot later, what do I have for lenses with the system I have now. what is whoever I have my product with now, what's their next level camera or top level camera, depending on how far you want to jump, and ask yourself, okay, will the lenses I have now work well on that camera body? Does it make sense for me to stick with this brand? If all things are relatively close in terms of features to the other brands, it might make sense to stick with who you have. But you got to make yourself a checklist, and you have to look at everything, and you got to look at the system as a whole. You got to look at the lens availability. It may be whether you're a person that doesn't mind third-party lenses. You might want to say who has the most third-party lenses. Somebody that may not have any third-party lenses, right? Because you want to save a little money on the lenses. You don't have the budget to buy the $15,000 lens or the $20,000 lens, right? So you got to look at all these factors. Flash technology, lenses for the type of genre that you shoot now, or a genre that you may want to get into. If you're going to do architectural photographs, okay, some manufacturers don't have tilt shift lenses and some do, right? So that might become real important, and you go, I can't go with that brand because they never made a tilt shift lens, and I want a tilt shift lens. So you got to do your homework and narrow it down to a couple choices, and then hopefully you live close enough to a camera store where you can walk in and hold the camera and put different lenses on the camera and get a feel for which way you want to go. But I think we all get excited for whether you want to call it our brand or somebody gets excited over their brand, and it's like, to me right now, the quality, is so good. No one should be walking around with their head hanging down and say, "Oh, I got a Panasonic. Oh, I got an Olympus. Oh, I don't have a Nikon or a Canon." It doesn't. They're all so good that those days of one guy's a 10 and the other guy's a 2, those days are over, man. Those days were over a long time ago. So you just get what you feel fits your budget. Usually it starts out with you do have a limit in your budget. There aren't too many people that say, I don't care what it costs, I'm just going to get what I want. There are some people that can say that, but most people say, I don't want to spend more than, I want to get a body and two lenses, and I don't want to spend more than $5,000, let's say, right? So you establish that budgetary constraint, and then you find the best thing that you can get within that budgetary constraint. But people don't take the time, and it really sucks. I'm going to use the term sucks. It sucks that there aren't as many mom and pop camera stores anymore where you could go in there and get good advice, and a person could spend 2 hours with you and talk about cameras and get you into the right thing. Now it's almost everything. You're buying most of the stuff online now. You're not even talking to a human being. Makes it a lot harder. You got to do a lot more homework. But
and it's going to be that the reviews is like that Irwin, his comment on the 28 to 400, it goes good on a Z5. I'll take that for what it's worth. But he did mount it on his other bodies, but it was more for the Z5.
We got some funny comments in here. John, I don't know if you're serious or not, but I'm going to consider this a joke, that you're joking about this one. And then good to see you, John. And then we've got commenting on my comment as I hang my head and mumble, but I have a Canon. And Terry, you hit the nail on the head here. We make the photos, not the camera.
Right.
Right. You could you pick a camera that's 20 years old. If you know photography and how that camera works, you can make it work for what you do. You don't need the latest and greatest. You can, I mean, and hey, you know, I just bought Albert still in the house. I wonder if Albert's still here. Albert, if you're here, type something in the chat quick. I don't know if he's here or not, because I was going to show him something if he was still on. But there are so many good deals on used F-mount glass, okay, that you can build a phenomenal system for real cheap, real cheap. I bought a lens the other day, used, you know. Not an F mount even, okay, not a Z mount, not an F mount. I bought I'll show it if I don't know if people could see it or not. I bought a Nikkor, an AIS lens, Nikkor 28 millimeter f2.8. When I was a young photographer, I always bought 28 millimeter wide angle lenses. I just like 28 millimeter. 35, I didn't feel was really wide. It wasn't really a wide angle in my opinion. And 28 was I like 28, 24, and even 24 to me sometimes was too wide. So I like 28. So this 28 millimeter AIS lens to this day is still considered one of the best 28 millimeter lenses Nikon ever made. It can focus 7 inches from the sensor plane. Most 28 millimeter lenses cannot focus 7 inches away. So it had technology in it that allowed you to focus 7 inches away from the film plane. They made this lens for 30 years. For 30 years. So, you know, you don't make a crappy lens for 30 years. You make a great lens for 30 years. It has buttery bokeh, minimum distortion, great build quality, metal body, okay? Great contrast. It has 8 elements and 8 groups, 52 millimeter filter size. And so you say, oh, what did you pay for this marvel of old Nikon technology? Less than $100.
Yeah.
Less than $100 for a lens that doesn't have a scratch on it anywhere. And the focus ring on this thing is as smooth as silk. It is buttery smooth, and the f-stops click nice and perfect. And you know, I bought this to put on. I could put this on the FTZ adapter and put it on my ZF. I could put it on my D850. I could put it on my Z9. And all you got to do is go in and tell your camera, non-CPU lens. You got to tell it what the lens is. So you just go into the data, create the database, put in it's 28 millimeter f2.8. Put in the information. And I did that with the old 135 millimeter lens not too long ago that I did a review on the ZF, and I was able to change the f-stops from the dials on the camera. You know, so you could find some, like I said, if you're on a tight budget but you still want quality gear, there's a lot of quality gear out there for real dirt cheap prices that you could find. And you don't have to have the latest and greatest stuff.
Well, being at 28, I just got this not that long ago. It's a Sigma.
Okay.
It's f1.4.
Yep.
I got this for my night photography. So
Was that 24 millimeter?
Say again?
24 millimeter?
28.
28.
Okay.
And my Z8 will autofocus with this in the dark. You know, so you can't beat that. But at the same time, is I normally use manual focus because of the Aurora, but every time I change batteries or whatever, I got to redo the focus because when you're shooting a Aurora, it's everything changes all the time, so you got to go manual. But anyway,
And obviously the lens I talked about is manual focus only. Okay, it's not an
Yeah.
autofocus lens. So
yeah, and I wouldn't mind that because I can put that on my Nichromat EL.
See, I'm looking at a lens. I'm looking at the Nikon FE2 used, and then the 50 millimeter Nikon f1.2.
so I mean, there's just gobs and gobs of nice stuff from all the manufacturers out there. And I don't know, is John, Mr. Ishii still in here? I hope he is. Oh yeah, he says he got. I'm not going to put this on there,
No,
John.
no.
I'm not going to put that comment on the screen. Well, I what I wanted to, John, if you want to come on, I'll send you a link, or come on if you want. But I just wanted to comment on, looking. I'll just look through my notes here. Give me a second. So when Fuji introduced the new Fuji X100 version 6, they call it the 100 VI, but it's the X100 version 6. It got the bestseller spot in Japan at Map Camera. They don't know when they're going to get more, but it was a limited supply that was made of that camera. And I know John he did a video and he got like a limited edition, only 500 made of this particular camera. And so, John, if you don't have time to come on tonight, if you want to come on, if you're able to come on next Saturday or something, or want to write a dissertation in the chat, I'm just curious if you've had a chance to use the camera that you got, what your initial impressions are of the camera. For those that don't know, it's using the latest 40.2 megapixel APS-C trans CMOS 5 HR sensor. It is not a ILC camera. Okay, it has a fixed lens built in, which is a 23 millimeter f2, which is a 35 millimeter equivalent in full frame verbiage. And you can get it in like the traditional silver black body or just an all black body. I'm not going to get into a whole spec list on it, but obviously it's being promoted, rightfully so, as a small, compact, excellent lens, fast lens, great for street photography. Okay, so that's like a big part of the market that they're that they're pushing to get this camera. And there's been a lot of hype about this camera. And Tim was trying to get an older version of this camera, and people were just buying them to resell them on eBay and crank up the prices and artificially inflate the prices. And so some of that's probably going to happen with this camera as well. I'm sure there's going to be some people that are going to take advantage of the demand and try to flip it, like flipping a house. They're going to get it. They're going to not put any money into it, and they're going to flip it and try to make $300 or $400 on it. But I guess my only thing with a camera like this, not that I don't have cameras like this. I do. I have a lot of old cameras, rangefinder cameras that have fixed lenses. They're not interchangeable lens cameras. So I definitely don't have anything against these kind of cameras. But I guess I would ask, obviously John is a big fan of the Plena lens, so obviously, if you have a ZFC or a ZF, I believe he has a ZF from what I recall, and he likes putting the Plena lens on the ZF and doing street photography. So, I mean, that's the thing you have to consider. Do you want something that is something you can carry with you all the time, in case you see something while you're taking your walk on the Sunday morning or whatever. And then you use your ZF with your Plena on a more purposeful photo expedition, because you're not going to have that flexibility with this camera body to be able to change lenses. So you just have to, that's, like I said, that's another consideration, a thing that you look at when you buy any camera, right? You know, what's the use case? How are you going to use it? What do you need? And the price point is very reasonable for the feature set that it has. You know, it's I could see why people want to get it, you know. And if you're lucky enough to get one, and John got one of the first five, you know, one of the 500 batch of the 500 there that were limited. He's saying here in the chat, he had to pull serious strings to get this camera, and Diana's using it right now. It's very good, and hopefully they can send me some images, and I can share those images with you guys. And he said, he's saying here, do not get scalped. It's not worth it. And it's not. It's not.
So maybe a good time for you to share some of your Plena photos, since we're talking about.
Yeah, well, I mean, I could share a few photos. I did, you know, like I said, I complain about time, and time is a big thing, right? We only have limited time, and we still have the lovely things to do in our life that we don't like to do, like cut our grass and wash our cars and grocery shop, because I guess we do have to eat if we want to survive. So I guess we still have to do that. We can't scratch that off the list. But I did take some images, which I can share with you. I didn't get to use the Plena. I've had it for a little while. Hadn't even taken it out yet. Had the 105. I've used that before, but not a lot. And I decided, I had a perfect overcast. I had a day where it was bright out, but had enough cloud cover where it was perfect diffused light. And I said, I'm going to go to Brook Green Gardens, which is a botanical gardens and a sculpture center, where there's sculptures that you could view of all sizes. And it's historical. It was a rice plantation. There's history with slavery and slaves working the rice fields and things like that. And so there's a lot of things to look at in this particular location. But on that day, I said, there was no wind. That was the big thing. It was perfect light, and there was no breeze. And for me not to have a breeze in Myrtle Beach, living near the water, you know, there's nothing worse than trying to do flower photos when you have a 15-mile-an-hour breeze. It just doesn't work for you, you know. So when you have no wind, you go, I'm going to get in my car and run out right now as fast as I can and see what I can get. So I'm going to give me a minute here, and I will share some photos with the 105. You guys can tell me how bad they are, which is fine. Give me a minute to spool up get the software up and running here, and then I can share a few photos. So we're going to start with some pictures with the 105. And I think I mentioned it on last week's show, and Jeff and Leslie commented. I said I switched from using manual focus to I used the pinpoint autofocus mode, and I used it in autofocus continuous. And you know, my eyes aren't what they used to be. Had some issues with floaters lately in the eyes, making it kind of hard for me to work. And shooting an AFC pinpoint autofocus worked really, really good. I am using matrix metering. If you're shooting on a bright day, you might want to use that highlighted weighted metering. Jeff and Leslie said they use spot metering a lot when they do flowers. They still use AFC pinpoint autofocus with spot metering, if I remember correctly. So I'm going to bring up and if Jeff and Leslie are still here, since they are the botanical experts, I'm going to rely on them to tell me what in the blanky blank I'm looking at. Because I am not a flower person. So well, I can't show it full screen because then I can't get to my.
Can you get rid of the comment, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm trying to. The planet.
Looks good.
So this is with the 105. Give me a second. I'll skip to another one. So that's with the 105, and then this is a different composition of the same subject matter. Show up in a second. My drive is spooling up once again. Like to shoot it. Come on, baby. Get some legs going here. Let's go. Okay. You can see the cobweb off the left side there. And
yeah. Okay.
So then I did in this next shot coming up.
Oh wow.
My point of focus was, I don't know if you could see my magnifier in the okay. The flower here on the bottom left was what I focused on. And so what was on the same focal plane were the three flowers up here on the top right. So they're in good focus, but I actually focused on this bottom one, and the other ones are a little softer. If I zoom in, the detail is incredible.
And that's where the 105 or
with the 105. And this was this was at 1/250th of a second, f6.3 ISO 500. I mean, you're not going to get any sharper than that. That's wonderful. I think, my opinion. Then I decided to get a little closer, and I focused on the one in the lower middle, and you can see all the little hairs on the plant on the left, the stem.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, you can't complain about that. I mean, I guess you could, but I'm not going to. I'm happy with it.
Well, if I was a Canon owner, I would complain.
Yeah.
It's not a Canon.
It's not a Canon. Then we got this guy. And here, if you zoom in on the center of the flower, which is what I said, I'm going to focus on the center. I'm going to let the petals fall where they may. This was at f6.3. I could have stopped it. I had plenty of light. I could have stopped it down to anything I wanted to, but I left it at 6.3 because I'm still experimenting with the lens. So sometimes I'm going to choose. I'm not necessarily choose an aperture that might have given me a little better result in terms of overall sharpness for the whole flower. I wanted to just focus on the center, and I didn't shoot it wide open, but I didn't stop it down too far just to see what it would look like. So here, if you zoom in.
Wow. Great detail. You see, I like those very close up into the flower, correct?
Yeah.
Well, where there is only like pure color.
Yep. So then we got this one, and on this one I was focusing in this area here. And wanted I didn't care how these looked. I mean, this was just to fill the frame and add a different color, different effect. Then I found this flower. I really love this flower. And in this case, I'm focusing right on this, right here. Not in the center. I was focusing on these items right here on the flower. And then we got now this one. I'll zoom in a little here. This is what I focused on right here. That's what I focused on with the pinpoint autofocus. I highly recommend that if you really want to nail, you want a specific part of a flower and you want that part to be what is sharpest, and use the pinpoint autofocus.
And it has one other advantage, Jeff, as you know. Remember when we talk about switching between modes? Correct?
Yeah.
Which is now very convenient, correct, for this type of situation, switching between modes, because using the single point autofocus doesn't default to no bird or animal recognition. So you get out of the bird mode if you are in the bird mode, and it would be better for something that is not an animal, correct, or a person.
Yeah. And I mean, how I have in my case, I have separate shooting banks, both my custom menu and my regular photo shooting menu. I have a bank. Each bank is
Different.
Is set up for macro. I have a bank that's designated for macro shooting.
Yeah, but if you are in a hurry, correct? Something that you see, it comes out of the bird recognition or person recognition when you use a single focus.
Yeah.
So that's a great feature for me. If you have difficulty focusing because you're photographing something else in the middle of a session, you go to the mode and you get it.
And I'm trying to bring up another one here. It's going to take a second. Right now, all I see is my Lightroom screen, so I can't. I apologize. I can't comment on anything in the chat, nor do I know what you're saying in the chat because I can't see the chat. I can't even see the people.
I like that combination of the orange and the purple
that are on the panel right now. And even here, I focused in the same area on the bottom flower.
Beautiful.
And I let this fall where it may, but it's still adequately sharp. Not technically perfectly sharp, but adequately sharp, I felt. And I like the water droplets. And I didn't spray the flowers with water either, just for the record. I did not get out the spritzer.
But that's what I intrigue about the planner, because I think, let's say, in a photo like this, you can throw the second flower more out of focus. Right?
Now, this one was taken specifically to get that spider.
Exactly.
At the top. I didn't care about anything else. Everything else to me was just, in this image, was just a color palette. I was trying to get this spider. I had to wait 15 minutes to get this spider because when I got near the flower, the spider went and hid behind the backside of the flower. And I had to stand there and wait and wait and wait and wait. And finally it came over the top edge and I said, okay, there you are, sucker. And I got him.
I like it.
Now, just to show, the color reproduction that you get with this lens is really, really great. In this case, I think I was at f4, so you don't have a lot of depth of field in a macro lens at f4, and I was focusing on right here on these two. I let everything else just blur out, just to give me a color palette, but I focused on these two flowers here.
And that's what I want to try, Jeff. Please do that. You go lower in at the same level of the plants, and you focus on the one in the first row, how much the planner will throw the other ones out of focus.
Well, you're going to see that. I'm going to demonstrate that in a minute. Let me just skip ahead a few more here. And
exactly, something like that.
This is with the 105 still.
Yeah, no, I know you can do it, but
and same with this one. Um, so let me see. I want to try to get to the Plena shots now because I think I showed you enough with the 105.
Oh, that's fantastic. They're beautiful, Jeff.
Oh, I got one. Oh, I got one more with the 105. This is my favorite shot of the day. If Jeff and Leslie could tell me what this thing is, that would be great. I can look at the chat later on. Now, I took this shot two different ways. I got shooting straight down on this particular flower that you're going to see in a minute. And on the first shot, I intentionally selected the background and I darkened it considerably. I didn't make it like completely black, but I darkened it intentionally for the effect that I personally liked. And then I took another shot where I didn't darken it. So you're going to see the two shots. And then, you could like one group of people might like one and one way and one might like it the other way. So I really loved this particular flower.
Mm.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I saw this flower and know it popped in my mind, as bad as it is to say. I thought of it as a new virus strain or something, is what popped in my first thing that popped in my head. I says, this thing looks like a germ. This thing looks like something that you don't want in your body, So this was intentionally darkening the background, and then this next one was not darkening the background.
Mm.
So, and I just want to say here is this is where it's good to take an image, regardless of what it is, and
Cornflower.
make some changes, because let's just say I don't know, it's not a real situation, but let's say I had a client that liked flowers and they said, show me some flowers, and you're giving them a choice, right? You got the same flower with two different looks, and you're giving them the ability to make where you're not just showing them one. You go, yeah, it's still shooting down at the same flower, but you got two different looks. Which do you like better? Now, here's where I switched to the Plena. The first shot I took with the Plena was of a statue. So this is with the Plena. This was at, I shot this at 1/160th of a second, and I did stop it down to f9 because you don't really see excessive blurring in the background on this shot. Now, the next shot that I'm going to show you, let's make sure I get the right one, is where is one. There's a couple of the main things with the Plena is you buy that lens for the bokeh. You buy it for the ability to isolate a certain part of what you see in the frame, where you either can concentrate on the foreground and dissolve the background, or you concentrate on the background and you dissolve the foreground, or as you'll see in a subsequent picture, few down the road, where you could actually selectively focus and you could blur out the foreground and the background. Okay, so I'm going to show you the effect of this lens. And let me right one. Okay, so here's an image of where I focused on that vase. Okay, the flowers in that vase, and I shot this. This is shot wide open at 1.8.
Beautiful.
So, the statue that's in the water in the background, pretty much dissolved. You do have a level of sharpness, even on these flowers that are in front of the vase are relatively sharp, not tack sharp.
I liked it.
That's one of the things that make the Plena special. And then you go and you say, okay, I'm gonna flip the script, and now you focus on the statue, and you get the statue and some degree of sharpness in the background, the immediate background, and then you totally wiped out the foreground element. So this is an example of the power of that lens, the effect that you can get with that lens. Then I took some standard photos. This was an area where they had intentionally planted a wide variety of flowers, and there were actually chairs to the right, which I did not put in the image, but they had a wedding ceremony there the day before, and so the bride and the groom were surrounded by flowers. So that's something nice that they did. Now let me see if I could find the other examples here. I'll just throw a few others out here. So I mean, very, very, I mean, they're still planting flowers in here. They're not all planted, but what they had was very nice. Now I'm going to skip, I think, to what I wanted to show you here. Okay. Yeah. So here is a case where I'm going to zoom in on where I focused at. Where this placard is here with these flowers are in focus. If I go to the foreground, they're wiped out. If I go just a little bit past them, they're wiped out. Now I'll zoom out. So you just have this little patch in focus, and then it's just selective focus, but it's really tightly controlled. I just have this one little patch of flowers that's sharp, and everything else is a blur. And that's that's stuff that you can do with that lens. It's really, really cool. This is just now. In this case, the flowers in the background are relatively sharp, but this plant in the foreground, the white one, is wiped out. In the foreground element is wiped out. I think my favorite one coming up here in terms of, one that I do like as an example, okay, of separation is on this picture coming up. It may be on the screen now. The only flower in focus is this one in the middle. Okay, so that's sharp. I zoom in on it. That's sharp.
Yeah.
Okay, you can see the little hairs or whatever on the flower, right? So that one's sharp. Everything else is nice and soft, and I like that effect. And it's not like these. And this is, I'm sure this is wide open. I'll check. Okay, yeah, this is at f1.8, so this is wide open, and I like this effect. I think it's a your eyes get drawn to the middle of the image. Obviously, you're going to look at what's sharp is what your eyes are going to see first, but I just kind of like the overall effect, and that's what you could do with the Plena. And I'm not saying you can't do it with other lenses as well, but what I couldn't do that I would have liked to have demonstrated is it has a great effect with specular highlights. But I didn't, it wasn't, like I said, it was a perfectly overcast day to capture the right exposure for these flowers. So there weren't really any specular highlights. And so I want to use the lens, with some street photography at night, get some street lights in the image, shoot on a sunnier day, maybe off the ocean, get some of the specular highlights off the waves coming in on the beach or something like that, and kind of show that. Now, you can also use this for critters. I got a few critter shots. I'll just show one critter shot. I want to get back to the show here instead of just showing this stuff. Give us a second for it to come up. And nothing. We can now take a commercial break. You can go make a sandwich, come back. So this is a crop. Okay, I cropped this image. Obviously, I didn't. So 135 and the subject matter, I didn't want to be on top of it, so I cropped it. But the background is dissolved.
I like it.
If I zoom in on I guess I'll show you another version of this. Now, in this case, the lizard, I moved my body a little bit, and the lizard tilted its head a little bit, and most of the lizard is sharp until you get maybe right about here. It blurs off, and this part of the leg on the
You
leg.
see, I like that, even that crop.
Yeah.
Crop all the way down. If you want to highlight the lizard, the anole here, that's a nice crop.
But the lens did a nice job.
Yeah.
So I think I'll just share one more that I liked, because it's funny. I'm around swampy areas, and I don't know what's going on, but I can't find any frogs. I don't even hear any frogs.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with frogs, but there aren't any frogs.
Right.
And so I'm in the park, and I met somebody, a fellow photographer that I know from Huntington Beach, and we were talking, and we're looking around, and we're just telling stories and horsing around a little bit, and then finally, I found a doggone frog. I was like, oh my God, I haven't seen a frog, and had not seen a frog in 6 years down here.
Wow.
No frog. So, once again, I'm on the ground here, and I'll zoom it in, and look how sharp that frog is.
See, that's a nice crop. High croppability of that. Huh?
Oh yeah, yeah. So
and that's with the planner, correct?
that's with the Plena. So that's all I'm going to share for tonight. But I just wanted to give you an example of those two lenses.
What the frog?
And hopefully, you guys liked it. And I think, it's fun to experiment, and I enjoyed having the time to get out there and do what I wanted to do. And for some reason, I cannot. Here we go. For some reason, it shows Lightroom is still being shared, although I turned it off. So I don't know why it's.
So Jeff is telling you that he named most of your flowers as you went along. So.
Okay.
And you get complimented by many people, including Jeff and Luke and others.
Yeah, something ain't happy with Lightroom here. Did not like me sharing it tonight. Let me make sure that sharing is off.
It is now.
No, okay. I clicked on that sucker 3 times, and I had some weird icon on the upper left-hand corner of the Lightroom window, and I'm like, what is that? Why is that there? And it's because it thought I was still sharing. It wasn't happy. So anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed that little preview.
It's excellent.
And, let's let me just look at I thought it was image night. Yeah. Well, it's a some nights you have more subject matter than others, and I'm going to have, in a little bit, I'm going to have Gustavo share something that he whipped up quick as a presentation as well. And like I said, and you hear it until you're sick and tired of me hearing it. I keep repeating myself every show. If you can share something technique, new lens, something you didn't never tried before, and you want to share the first images you tried, maybe your first wedding you ever shot, or anything, feel free to contact me and put together a, it doesn't have to be long, a 5-minute pitch, a 10-minute pitch, and share what you did with the rest of us, because that's what this is all about. What else do I have here? I'm going to give Gustavo a little chance to.
Let me show you this, because this is a problem that you and me have before with this Rode mic.
Okay.
Because I typically, if I don't put the mic and then try to do some video, I hear myself behind the camera breathing, which is very annoying.
Well, we got the thunder coming back. I better watch my head here, and I don't get struck by lightning. A few things on Nikon rumors that I'll just talk about quickly is for those that have an interest in it, the 7 Artisans autofocus 50mm f1.8 full frame autofocus lens for the Nikon Z will be announced on April 25th, and the price will be $228. It's metal construction, 11 aperture blades, 62mm filter thread, aperture ring declicked, and that's a new thing now. There's certain lenses where you can have it so the apertures click, and you can also make it so they don't make any sound. So in that way, if you're shooting video, the clicking is not picked up by your microphone. But I do not have that. I haven't had an issue even with the ones that click, but I guess they feel that maybe depending on your mic, it might pick it up. So some have a declick feature, 11 elements and 9 groups. Be interesting to see what the reviews are for that lens once people, there's probably some reviews on it already. Viltrox is coming out with an autofocus 16mm f1.8 full frame autofocus lens for Z mount sometime in late April. That's going to come out. I don't know what the price is on that though. In terms of Sony, you can now order the new Sony 16 to 25mm f2.8 G lens, either through Amazon, B&H, Adorama. It's $1,198. You can find a whole lot of reviews on that lens on SonyAlphaRumors.com. So if you have an interest in that lens, he's got, I know at least 3 or 4 reviews from different people on that lens. Some may find that to be not a, I think the reason they did a 16 to 25 is because, they probably figure we got a 24 to 70, so we'll do a smaller zoom range, wide angle, which may appeal to some people. Others may say, I'd rather have a 24 to 70, or like we've got the Nikon has a 24 to 120. Some people might want more range than that, but it's gotten really good reviews. It's a very good lens, and if that suits the bill for you, check it out. They're also going to have a 24 to 70 f2 lens and an 85mm 1.4 GM2, and they just say, Sony Rumors just says it's coming soon. They didn't throw out any dates. And there's a company called FreeFly. I've never heard of them, but they have a company called FreeFly, and they're known for making high-speed E-mount cameras. And B&H Photo sells them. I don't know what the price point is, to be honest. I didn't look any of them up. But this is now passed because for some reason, Sony has asked Firefly to stop using its E-mount. And the Sony Rumors guy says, this is not news I like. He says, because I would like third-party manufacturers to produce E-mount cameras. And he says, what do you think about this? ? So Firefly Freefly announced a new Ember 2.5K camera with active Canon EF mount and 2,900 frames per second. So okay, if Sony's gonna say we don't want you, then they'll just go with somebody that's willing to let them use the mount. It's too bad, there was a oh boy, I guess I didn't clip it and put it in. Oh, that stinks. Now I'm going to have to go by my memory. That could be dangerous. That might not work out too well.
Three.
Watch out. I'm going to take a swig of the special sauce here.
He wants a special sauce like I have.
Yeah, okay. I think it was. Yeah. Now this is another thing that I personally don't like either, and neither did the guy at Sony Rumors, and I don't blame him. Okay. Sigma just came out with a 500 millimeter FE f5.6 lens. It's not a PF lens, but it's extremely, extremely light. Very similar in weight to a PF lens. And Sony put restrictions on that lens design. Okay, it's the lens that was made for Sony cameras. Sony said, we're restricting you. It can't. It's restricted to a maximum of 15 frames per second, and it cannot work. They said it cannot work with a TC.
Yeah.
Imagine that. Imagine doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, so obviously you're paranoid that you're going to lose. Somebody ain't going to buy your lens anymore, so you're going to impose restriction on the other guy. You're going to say, yeah, we'll let you sell your lens, but you can't do this, you can't do that. I think that does not go over well with consumers. That is not a good deal. Any more than Canon not wanting third-party glass. That does not go over good with consumers.
Well, what do you think of the Tamron with the version 2, 28 to 75? Everybody thought the first generation was, Tamron, but under a Nikon's name. Now they came out with the 2, and it's for the Z mount. And I think it has stabilization. That's the only difference.
Well, I mean, I think it is unusual normally, and see, I guess what's getting the dander up, maybe even at Nikon, is traditionally when Nikon has allowed a lens manufacturer, a third-party lens manufacturer, to make a lens that's going to work on their mounting system, they typically have the focal length different than their brand's focal length. Now, in this case, the first generation of that lens got, a little secret sauce from Nikon and, a few other things, I'm sure, where it's not exactly the same as the Tamron, the first version of the Tamron lens. But now that they came out with an improved version of that same focal length lens for the Z mount, I don't think Nikon's too happy about it. I don't think Nikon's too, the Nikon consumers who thought, oh, this is great, that's a pretty good lens, and Nikon probably gave them information so the autofocus would work better on the Nikon bodies and that kind of thing. Which is typical if they're going into a relationship with if it's not the third party reverse engineering, which isn't as effective. If it's a third party, it's kind of like married to the prime contractor, let's say. They get a little extra information, so their lenses work better with the Nikon brand. So I think Nikon might feel a little bit. And some of the people that bought the first lens a little bit PO'd that, Tamron now has another version out, but it's a little unusual for that to happen. I guess, there'll be a little smoke in the forest, as they say, for a little while. I don't know.
But the restriction on the frame per second that you mentioned, okay? Apparently very common in all lenses from.
Well, they did that with Sigma. So
Exactly.
yeah, Sony did the same thing with Sigma.
Yeah.
They're excellent lens. I mean, on the L mount, fantastic. But then they slowed it down for the Sony. So I have an adapter from Sony E to Nikon, and it worked great until I got a firmware updates. Now it doesn't work anymore.
Mm.
If I get the latest thing, that's another $250 for the adapter. But then I'd rather, just use the lens with the camera, the original lens, instead of porting it over.
Wow.
Because sometimes, I'm trying to save on gear, but now I'm thinking of selling some gear and then just staying with one brand.
Yeah, this was a tequila shot. It's called Lipton. Diet green tea citrus. That's my tequila shot. Or that's my that's my cheap version of a tequila shot. Not the real deal.
Yeah, but Jeff has a funnel and a second bottle off screen.
Yeah, Dad.
So
For those that haven't seen this, Chuck will come on, and he, and I think I mentioned this before, is when his intention when he comes back is to do a Wednesday show at noon. With everything he's gone through medically, he is in a different sleep cycle than he used to be, and he crashes at 10 o'clock like religiously now. So he will not. He has stated that he will not be doing a Saturday night show because he can't stay up that late anymore. What we all hope for, obviously, is that he comes back. He does a Wednesday show at noon. We get to support him on that show if we're able to do so, which I think some of us would definitely be able to do so, or try our darndest to be able to do so, and then hopefully you guys have enough interest and I don't run out of gas and I can keep doing the Saturday show. So that's kind of where we are right now. We're just waiting to see what happens down the road. In the meantime, we enjoy having him come on for the hour that he's on, and he gets an invitation. And then whenever he wants to come on and be on the panel, he is obviously more than welcome to come on the panel. And we enjoy it when he does. I just enjoy seeing him one way or the other. I'd like to have him on the panel every week if he felt up to it. So that's up to him. I don't put pressure on him to do that. So let's see. Let's see if I have anything else before. Maybe I'll save a few things for later. Gustavo, you feel good about doing your?
I can do it, but let me.
Oh, you want me to bring it up? I have it on my computer.
No. It's just a different things. We still have time.
Okay.
So this is actually a program you told me as soon as I bought this Rode mic, correct? Which is if you put it on the shoe, then your head bump against the mic. So I for a little while I use the small rig mount. That's okay. Then you can mount it off from the middle. Okay, but the small rig is a little bit more bulky than the real right stuff. Or I think this is a Kirk L bracket. Okay, so what I did, I tried many things, but this one actually is a cheap, relatively inexpensive. Is this little thing here from Bell, which you can then bring your mic off the center.
If it moves it off the center line.
Exactly. So you can
So
see
your
here.
head isn't hitting it.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
all. And that little accessory, we call it that way, turned out to be very useful, so that I can still try to, when I'm shooting some video, use this mic rather than, not that this mic is super fantastic. Actually, I was going to ask here the audience what, for this type of mic if there is better version than this. But definitely with this, I eliminate the issue of not, using the internal mic in which I capture myself, breathing, or this is what is it called, this boom type of mic, correct?
Yeah,
But
and
yes, this was the solution, or one of the solutions that I came with.
not necessarily. Well, if you have time, can you put the part number of that
Oh yes, of course.
in the chat?
Yes, I will.
Now, what I don't like, if you show that again, the other thing I don't like about that microphone is I think it was totally ridiculous to put the power connection off the back like that.
Exactly.
That cable should have been coming off the side, so it came down nice and plugged into your camera, rather than same thing coming out at your head when you have that thing lined up with the hot shoe and you got the cord coming right at you. That was like very, very poorly thought out. I don't know why.
And I put one of these kind of cables that has a little bit of a nail.
Yeah,
I still, maybe we're big headed and we keep bumping.
Yeah, when you got an egg head, you hit everything when you have an egg head.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
So this is very inexpensive. I will look at it and then put it here in the chat. But I said that's the current solution. So it's in my bag, right?
Well, what I found out, and when I was schooled by, I'm trying to think of who it was now. I complained about that mic because that windsock, or the cat mouse, or whatever they call it, the dead cat, right? I guess they call it a dead cat.
Dead cats, yeah.
Doesn't work worth a darn. Okay, so I was trying to do a video. They had a park ranger. They were excavating a sea turtle nest off the beach. So what they do is, with the programs down in South Carolina, we get a lot of turtles coming in to lay their eggs, is they put a protective screen over the nesting area.
Yes.
They have spotters that check the nest continuously. Okay, every in the early morning, like every day. After the period of time where you're within a week or so of when they may hatch. Then they're out there on the beach and they're checking all these nests that they have protected with the screens. And they put the screens over it because otherwise the raccoons will eat the eggs. So they got to keep the raccoons off the eggs. So what they do is, when the turtles hatch and they come out and they make their run to the ocean, they wait a certain period of time, and then they excavate the nest, and sometimes then they'll count how many eggs hatched. They'll count how many eggs did not hatch, and then sometimes there'll be a few live turtles that didn't dig their way out, and they'll put them in a bucket, and then they'll bring them towards the water, and they'll release them into the water. And then sometimes, unfortunately, you find some that didn't make it, and they write that down. So they do all that data recording. So anyway, I was there for when they were going to uncover a nest, and I was filming and recording with that mic. The ranger speaking about what they do, why they do it, this, that, and the other. And when I got home, it was unusable audio. It was the wind noise from the ocean. The wind noise way overwhelmed that microphone with the dead cat on it. And then I think it was on somebody else's live stream. And he said, you got to use a directional microphone. You got to get a directional microphone. That's like an omnidirectional microphone. So it's getting sound from all around. And he says, you got to have like a shotgun mic. You have to have a long shotgun mic, and you put the dead cat on that. Then that would have a huge difference in the background noise with the waves. And so I don't know. I mean, the reason I bought that one is because it has a decibel noise reduction features at different decibel levels.
Mm-hmm.
And so I felt that with those features, I would be able to knock down that noise, that background noise, and that microphone would be perfect for a wide variety of uses. And in reality, it's not. It was a fair amount of money, and I wish I had spent it on a different microphone, to be honest with you.
So there will be a good question for the community here. And what will be a good directional microphone to replace this one eventually?
I mean, I think that microphone brand is very good. I just think you'd have to buy a Rode directional microphone with a dead cat on it. And I'm trying to think of who. Robert Silver.
Okay.
Robert Silver is the one who told me that it needed a directional microphone with a dead cat on it, and that problem would go away. And he may have referenced a part number or a model number, but that would have been, we're talking 6 months ago, that I had that conversation.
So I put the name of the part there of this little thing.
Yeah, Willow. Yeah, they're excellent.
What do they charge for that, if you don't mind me asking?
Now, when I check in the in B&H, it's
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's a piece of, I think it's aluminum.
Yeah.
Aluminum. I think it's overpriced for what it is, but it's $30.
Okay. Well, still, it prevents it solves the problem. So it's $30 well spent, and
Exactly.
and I'm going to make note of it, because I'm going to get one for myself as well, because I have a big head as well.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, they got different ones also. So Bella has different, V's. So I've noticed that on the small rig, you can put it on the side also.
Yes.
But then you have people complaining that they're always touching the mic, with their left hand and stuff. So they came up with those brackets, but they got different brackets.
Okay.
So where'd you get it? Amazon or what?
No, so I got it from B&H.
Oh,
Actually,
okay. Yeah.
to see the part, I went to my order list and I look at in there. That's what I was able to find it relatively quickly.
Yeah, they're closed all week because of the Passover, but yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, Jeff, I
Yeah.
have the microphone that Robert Silver recommended.
Okay.
Which
And
choice?
it's a Video Mic Pro Plus.
Yeah. Okay. You can get that.
And mine looks like this because it has the dead cat on it all the time. So,
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, he showed me one that I think was really long. I mean,
Yeah.
a shock.
What model is that one, David?
pardon?
What model?
It's called a Video Mic Pro Plus.
You can get that at Best Buy.
That's what it says on it, but I think it was called something else when I bought it.
Okay. Anyway, that's worthwhile checking here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just frustrating when you do some homework, you spend some decent money, you think you're doing the right thing, and you get it, and then it falls flat on its face. It doesn't work for you. I mean,
And audio, I mean, of course, I don't do that much video, but audio is so annoying when it's bad. Correct?
yeah, when it's bad, you just and you can't
Leave it.
even in using the video software. You have the ability to knock down noise as well, and no matter what I did, I could not get it so the person's narration was clear enough where you could follow what he was saying and not getting annoyed by the wind noise. It was just, I just threw it out because I had great video of the showing the people digging around the nest and removing the protection, the cage, and and it would have been a real nice video, and I ended up throwing the whole thing away. It wasn't worth it.
Okay, Randall put there in the
Shotgun mic.
Yeah, that's what you were talking about.
Yeah.
It's the Rode Video Micro 2 wired, but the Super Cardioid shotgun is supposed to reduce all that, and then you can add it does come with a like what David showed.
Yeah, with the dead cat with it too. Yeah.
Now, one thing about cameras, and depending on the mics, if it has like the 3 compared to the 2, so usually most of the cameras are 2, but the 3 are usually with the Mac. So now manufacturers are adding the 2 different types of mic, or the wires. One for the MacBooks, and then one for just like the camera to the shotgun mic. So it does make a difference.
Okay. So you're talking about the plug.
I found out the hard way where I put in the Apple one, where I thought the 3 went to the mic. Well, it didn't work, so then I switched it. Then I realized when I looked into it, it's 2 and 2 for the camera. But if you hook it up to the MacBook or whatever, then you put the 3 in there. That's for the microphone and the headphones to work at the same time. So,
But you're talking about the plug.
right? Yeah, the plug.
Okay. So it's not the kind of old-fashioned single pin plug.
Yeah, well, it's the 2.
Exactly. Okay. But that's if you want to connect it to your PC or to the if you want to use it
You want to
outside.
use it on your desk type of thing.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
Thank you, Jeff. So anyway, so that's good. So we have some options here for the different.
Well, I've used the Rode Wireless Go mic, but then it was intercepted by a radio station. Look, so you have to look out for that too. I got some great music in my video, but I was worried about a video strike from YouTube. But
Hello, Robert. It wasn't WKRP in Cincinnati.
no. It was Magic 105 from the Hemisphere Tower.
Okay.
That was pretty interesting.
Yeah, but the main problem, and show that. So I also have that for later, after I do the little presentation here. It's because I'm trying to photograph the woodpeckers, correct? And the main problem, apart from me breathing into the mic, is also that every time they say, okay, let me do a little video, for sure there will be a plane coming in in the middle of the recording. Never fail.
Well, yeah. If you're the problem is everything. I mean, even my house is, for some flights, is in the flight path. The plane flies, basically right over my house. But thankfully, it's not every day, and it's not, it's not really a big deal. But there's other areas, boy, where you're photographing, it always seems like there's a lot of planes flying by. Oh boy, this would be nice, wouldn't it? I can't do a Lonnie Anderson voice impression, so sorry. You'll have to watch old reruns of WKRP.
Messing up a bit.
But it's just a shame when you when you're starting out and you're like never didn't shoot video with the D850. To me, it was not a camera that to me that was, I don't care if it did video or not. It was not a good video camera with the contrast detect autofocus system on the live view. Was too slow, and I just didn't use it, and I didn't get into video until the mirrorless and got the Z9, and then started fooling around with video, but didn't have years of experience with the latest and greatest video technology. So I did research. I thought I made a good decision, and I obviously did not make a good decision. So, And the thing gets great reviews too. You know,
Exactly.
it gets great reviews.
All right, Jeff, I put the presentation in.
Okay, so we're gonna have Gustavo, everyone, do an interesting presentation, and I'll leave it at that. And I will bring his presentation up on the screen, and we will let him do the voiceover here and talk about it.
All right, you let me know if you can see it, because
I will make the screen bigger, and hopefully that.
Good. Yeah.
All right. So the issue about this presentation, the topic of the presentation, is collaboration. Let me put it in presentation mode and see whether that's a little bit better. Okay. So uh, uh, this photo I had shown before, correct? That's from now almost 2 years ago, when I have the carcass and the eagle came, right? And as you have seen, it took several pictures, correct? And it was that it was in the Texas in last January, and I was photographing with other photographers in this blind in the Laguna Seca Ranch, and you know how we are. We do the session photography. After that, everybody start talking, and I say, "Oh, I like this and I like that. Show me their pictures." And I show this picture to one of the other photographers that was there, which a gentleman called here Doug Heiser. Now, Doug is an excellent photographer. The wife is also a great photographer, but he's an artist. Okay, so he told me, "Hey, Gustavo, I have a website and I do a lot of art." And he showed me in his phone some of the art that he made. Would you mind sharing your eagle picture? Correct? And I said, yes, of course. I don't, I'm not going to get any money out of this. This is for my enjoyment. So he contacted me after the outing, and asked me, send me the photo, and I sent him the photo. And what I want to show you today, apart from giving a little bit of a introduction to Doug, is to show what he did with the photo. Okay. And of course, highlight, hey, we can use our photos to collaboration with other photographers, with other artists, or with artists, and conservation, etc. Okay, so this is the actual photo that I shared with him. As is just this golden eagle, an immature, just because it has this kind of white, so white in the tail feathers, that tells me that it was an immature. And then it just happened on this frame. There were a couple of magpies that were harassing the eagle at one point, but they were also, harassing each other here. Correct. So that was taken in Q1 of 2023 with the 500 PF and in the DX mode. So this is now, as I sent that photo, and Doug started working the photo. So you can see here in the next series of photos his process. Correct. He took the image that I have, and then he created his own image out of the photo, correct? His own recreation of what he had. So you can see that the magpies are different. The eagle and the deer very similar to what is in the original photo. And so this is when he make his initial sketch, correct? And then you can see he start working on the sketch, and he was keeping me abreast of what the progress was. It was very exciting for me to see how he was interpreting the photo that I took. You see, he painted all the, and I remember asking him, and these are canvas or acrylic on canvas that he had taken the pictures. And then he went and then he finished the magpies on this one.
Wow, it's looking good.
Yeah, and then he finished the eagle.
Wow.
Right? So that was the final creation. I just visited today his website, and he's on the paintings that he has in his website, and this is a detail of the eagle. So I think what I'm trying to say here, guys, is it's great to collaborate. So when you have a chance, Actually, he was the one that got me into, hey, Gustavo, create some cards so that we don't have to exchange, little notes on a piece of paper.
Oh,
But it was a great experience. You link with other photographers. Hopefully, he will see this presentation at one point as well. All right. But there is a lot of people that can take advantage of sometimes of the things that we do. Now, this is his website for some of you that may be interested to see what the thing that he does is he is in the um, Texas, in the Galveston area, and this is his website. He's a retired teacher. He do 100% now his photography and his art. Not only these photos, but he's also doing a lot of public art murals. He write books. He do all sort of mostly on nature, and he's very much involved into conservation. Okay? Both him and his wife, which are retired teachers. Right? So this is another I took from his website, the kind of thing that he does, and you can see here on the public art murals. So next time I'm in Galveston, I'm going to check with him, but also looking for some of the murals. You can see there, Randall,
yeah.
the kind of thing that he does in the public space. So he's a true artist. Okay?
I
And
wonder when he found. I wonder when he found Batman.
yeah. And I love to collaborate with people like him. Correct?
Yeah.
So that's the point of the presentation here, guys. Just to to emphasize the need and the desire to collaborate, and we now started to collaborate more. Correct. Today we talk a little bit about, hey, when are you going to be here? Can we get together? That's one type of collaboration, but also sometimes with a different type of artists. Okay, and you can see obviously Doug is a very talented artist. Okay? So I was uh, humble and flattered the fact that he wanted to work with one of my pictures.
So does he live in Texas, Doug
Yes,
Heiser?
yeah. He lives in Texas. He in the outskirts of Galveston.
Okay.
Yeah. So next time I go to there, I'm going to try to get with him. He's an excellent photographer. He know a lot of the places there. Uh, in the Galveston area. I think he even provides some guidance on some of the sites there for people that want to go and photograph during the spring migration. But you can see the quality of his heart, and he's a great person. So I have nothing to complain, and I was again, as I said, humble and flattered by the fact that he wanted to use one of my pictures.
No,
All right, so that's what I wanted to show here. We can comment back.
I like that.
It's interesting when I saw your presentation, it made me smile because let me get everybody back to larger, somewhat larger sizes here. We have there's a lot of art events in Myrtle Beach. They have a couple locations, and they have what they call Art in the Park. So they have a couple different parks, and they have a bunch of vendors, and it's everything from. I mean, it's not just photography. It's people that make earrings, jewelry, quilts. Like an arts and crafts fair type of
Exactly.
thing. And you have photographers there. And there was one gentleman that I met that sold both prints.
Mm-hmm.
Was a very an excellent. I looked at a lot of his prints. Excellent work. Nature, bird photography, things like that. Wonderful shots. But he was an artist, just like the gentleman that you just shared with, and he instead of painting on canvas, if I remember correctly, he told me, like, if you looked at his renditions, what he would do is he just similar to what happened with your image, right? The magpies were not done the same as your image, correct?
Exactly, and which is perfectly fine.
And so what this gentleman says, he says, I go out and I take pictures of different species of birds or whatever, but he says, you know, and with a photograph, you know, I mean, it may be a crummy background. You try to blur it out as best you can, but it's not a pretty background. But he says, I'm taking pictures of the birds. And he says, now when the artistic side of me comes out, I could sit there, just like the gentleman that you just showed did. I could sit there and I could have 3 or 4 different pictures in my field of view with different kinds of birds on it. And I know enough about the birds to know, you know, which birds might hang around with other birds, different species of birds.
Exactly.
So I could take those birds and just put them all around me and create my own background to look the way I want it to look from as a painter. And then I have the bird image so that I can accurately paint and depict the birds.
Exactly.
And so this guy does a similar thing. And he paints he doesn't paint, well, I won't say he doesn't paint on canvas. He does do canvas, but he likes to paint on masonite.
Okay.
Because he says when you're trying to do a straight line, your artist pen, your artist brush could get caught in the, you know, how the pattern of the canvas, and your line might get broken up a little bit. You know, it's not perfect. It's not perfectly sharp, a nice sharp edge or whatever. So he likes to paint on a surface that's completely smooth. So he does. So he'll paint on, you know, the masonite. I believe it was masonite. Maybe it was something else, but perfectly smooth stock and not canvas. And when he shows you the painting, you swear it's a photograph.
Wow.
That's how good it is. You would swear it is a photograph. And every time he's there, it's like, and hey, he deserves to get good money for it, you know, like a reasonable size painting, you know, could cost you $500, $600. But I'm telling you, you look at that painting and you swear you're looking at a photograph. I mean, that is just how fantastic this guy's work, you know. So I love going to arts and crafts shows because it just, you know, it's people. I met. There's a beach down here that you have to take a boat. It only operates certain times. You have to go when it's low tide, because if you're on that beach and it's high tide, you're not coming home.
Okay.
Nobody's gonna find you, right? So there's only I think it's called Bull Island down here, and it's probably about a 2-hour drive from my house. And it's something that's on my bucket list to do, because the beach is covered with huge pieces of driftwood on the beach. So it's not a beach. It's not a place where people go to lay on the beach. It's a place where photographers go to take some phenomenal images. And this gentleman was selling his prints, and I'm looking at them, and I said, so you used an ND filter here, didn't you? And blah, blah, blah. And David's leaving us, everybody. David, thanks for being on. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, it's been great being here again. Like I said, I'm starting to follow in Chuck's footsteps.
Hey,
There's nothing,
you're going to miss the other photos I'm going to share later.
you know, sleep is good for most of us.
Exactly.
Well, when you get to be my age.
Oh, your age.
Yeah, I think I'm the oldest of the bunch here.
29 is tough, David.
Exactly.
Well, I'm 29 with 41 years experience.
Exactly.
But yes, but see, anyway, as they say, The older you get, the wiser you get. We need
Exactly.
we need wiser people.
Okay. See you
But
later.
thanks a lot.
Bye,
See you,
David.
baby.
Easy.
Regards to Anita.
Okay.
I lost my train of thought. Where was I? What was I blabbing about?
You were talking about the driftwood in the place.
Oh yeah. So
Driftwood.
I said to the guy, I says, so you obviously you're stopping it down, because what he did was the surf would be coming in, and he'd capture the image, and it would look it would be extremely smooth. It would almost look like a fog, but it was really the water, and you'd have the driftwood and the beach, and you'd have the grasses, and a little bit of grasses in the foreground. I mean, wonderful, wonderful shots. And he says, yeah, you nailed it. You knew exactly how I took the picture. And I go, so we must have talked for there's hundreds of vendors there. My wife wants to move along and go to the next one, and I'm like, oh, I'll catch up to you. I must have talked to the guy for 45 minutes, but that's the joy of what we do. You find somebody that found a great location and used a good technique. Got some wonderful, very ethereal looking images, wonderful images. And then he allows you to pick his brain, and he shares with you, and you take notes in your head or you write them down. And that's what's great about, everybody that comes on this channel, because it culminates, and we see it every month when we do the photo review, because we all learn something from everybody's work.
For sure.
And I get so amped up for the photo. The photo.
And if we don't collaborate, what do we do with the photos? Correct? Nobody here is making a penny out of those photos.
No. Once in a while, I had you're allowed to, in South Carolina, you're allowed to, I think, sell photographs once per quarter. You don't have to claim it on your taxes. You don't have to have people pay sales tax. You don't have to pay tax on it. So I had one year where I bought these. I guess I'll find one to show you, because another thing I threw my money away on, basically.
Yeah, like what was that? Elephant and Three Blind Men. I hate watching the show because I want to buy. He goes through gear like crazy.
So this is the small one. And so I said, what am I going to use to display photos? So I bought these things, which are now great decoration pieces.
I said it was a stool.
Okay, it looks like a stool, but you stand it up, and you make your prints, and you put it on a backer board. Okay. And you stand your prints up in these, and then you put it on the floor, and people walk up, and they can flip through all your pictures and pick out the one they want to buy.
Okay.
So I had a small one here that I bought, and then I had a
big one.
So this one was for 12 by 18s or 16 by 24s, and this one was for 8 by 12s or smaller.
Okay.
And I made up a bunch of prints, and I went to the community arts and craft show, and I and everybody liked what I had. It's always funny. Everybody likes what you have, right? But nobody wants to buy it.
Right. Yeah.
And so, maybe I sold $300 or $400 worth of pictures in a half a day event, $300 or $400. And then I had so one lady wanted one. She says, I really like this I had it in 12 by 18. I didn't have it in an 8 by 12. She goes, I really, really like this picture, but I don't want one that big. Can you make me one smaller? And I go, okay. And I says, I'll order one smaller, and then I'll give me your phone number, and I'll call you when it comes in. So she bought a couple other prints. Now, I'm not making, believe me, I was not making a lot of money on these prints. Okay. And I wasn't selling them for a lot of money. And she, and you could tell when somebody has money.
Yeah.
So,
they always want a bargain.
So she bought 2 prints, she paid what I wanted for them. And if I was making $10 a print, I was lucky, right? If I was making $10, and that's saying my time isn't worth anything, because I put them in a what do you call it? I used archival grade mat boards. I used archival grade sleeves to put the pictures in, so the pictures wouldn't get damaged. So I took the time to put all that stuff together, put in a business card, do all this stuff. And so she comes to get the last print, and she says, well, since I bought 2 of them for you, can you give me a discount? and she's got like I could tell by looking at it, she's got a pocketbook that costs like $500.
Yep, that's right.
She says, oh, can you give me a discount? I bought 2 prints. I says, no. I says, those prints, believe me, were already severely discounted. I says, I did not make much money on those prints. And so she reluctantly paid me what I asked for, and she left. But I'm like, that takes a lot of.
But my mom was like that too.
That.
How old was she? She was older than you, or was she younger?
She was probably okay. I'm going to embarrass you, Randall. How old do you think I am?
I think you're
on the spot. How old do you think I am?
You're about 60, 62.
Just turned 65.
Okay.
So you're close.
What do you think I am?
But, well, I think you lived at the post office for a very, very long time. So I am going to guess that you are 68.
Close. 67. I just turned 67 this
I was
past.
going to say 67.
Yeah.
I really was. And I said, 68.
Yeah.
But there's nothing more insulting when you put in the time and the effort and everything. And, And the problem is that people don't want to spend any money, and they want it for free. And they think, and as wonderful as the pictures are that we all share on the photo review, they don't understand. I mean, you're losing, unless you're some famous person that writes books and well known and everybody knows you.
And they want your autograph.
Like some people sell prints for $1,000.
Yeah.
And it's just the print. There's no backing on it. It's not framed. It's not nothing. Some of them get delivered rolled up in a tube. Some of them they ship in flat packaging, and they get over $1,000 for them. Okay. Now, like I said, I'm lucky if I was making, if somebody bought a 20 by 30, maybe on a 20 by 30, I made $20 or $25 on a print that size. But if it was a 12 by 18, or I was maybe lucky if I was making $10. And that's assuming my time isn't worth any money. Because if I said, I got to make, if you're trying to make a living, and you'd say, well, I think, if I'm doing this for a living, I got to make at least $30 an hour. Let's just say $30 an hour, $40 an hour. You would have to sell those prints for $300, $400, not say 35. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, that's bad business.
Yeah, it's a very tough thing to do, and Okay, I'm missing a lot. I guess I missed a lot of comments in here.
Mothman complaining that
Yeah.
saying that he's now start feeling young when he's listening to our discussion here.
But it's it's difficult, and so to me, it was like, I used to do had a business in Connecticut for a while, but my dad got ill and I had to take care of my dad, and so I didn't have the time to do it. And then I thought about doing it again down here, but when you sit there and you run the numbers and you look at all the taxes you got to pay and everything, it's not worth it. It's not
Yeah.
worth it.
Everybody wants to put their hands in your pocket. Yeah.
So I give them, I do prints, I give them as gifts.
Exactly.
I've had neighbors say, "Oh, I like that picture. I want to buy it from you." And then I same thing. I sell it to them for what it costs me. I don't try to make any money off a neighbor. I go, "Give me $20, give me $25, whatever," and they got it on their wall, and I feel privileged. I'm privileged that they want to put what I took and put it on their wall.
Exactly.
I'm happy with that. But
Like,
it's tough if you think you're going to make a living doing this kind of stuff.
like you said in your other video, and I think it was Jeff and Leslie that put a comment on your video that anything that looks like a job for us now that we're retired, it's not a good thing.
No, I think most of us do this for personal satisfaction,
Exactly.
and because we like doing it, and because the thing is, once you turn it into a job, many times it's not fun anymore.
Right.
Exactly. But collaboration, that's good. Using your photo for conservation, that's great.
Yeah. But let's see what else we got here. So it's good to see Mozman popped in here. That's great. I know he was cooking dinner tonight, so hopefully no one got food poisoning. But only kidding. I gotta be kidding here. I mean, I'm gonna be shooting pictures with him. He could like bump me off and leave me on the beach somewhere. I gotta be nice. But yeah, it's when you start, it's crazy. And then what's interesting down here too is obviously if you were to accept payment on anything with credit cards, you got to pay a fee. There's you have to pay a fee for credit cards, right? It's like it could be as much as 5% depending on the credit card company. So then you got to build that into your cost structure, but what's going on now is originally when credit cards came out, the whole thing with whether it be a restaurant or whatever accepting credit cards, the credit card company said the policy is you cannot back charge or have a separate fee for the credit card charges that you're getting charged. You have to suck that into your cost. And a lot of places down here now have broken that rule. And if you charge a meal, they're charging you extra.
That's right. Yeah.
Charging you the fee now.
And that's the issue, Jeff.
And even if you're paying cash, all right, they'll charge you extra.
Yeah. Well, if you live in Myrtle Beach, you pay an extra tax on your food bill because you're in Myrtle Beach, because it's meant to get more money from the tourists.
It's a tourist.
And even though you're a resident, you have to pay it too.
Gee.
So literally, you're paying double-digit taxes on your food bill.
Yeah.
And that's the issue, Jeff. That for a print to be sold, that you feel that you are value, correct, for your effort, your time to prepare. Just to prepare the print to send it to a printer. Not even if you don't print it yourself, you will have to charge, for a reasonable size print, like something like that. You know, you have to charge like $300, $400, okay?
Right. And that's the thing. And like when I had this name, I've had the selective imagery moniker. I've paid for that. That I own that name. I pay a fee every year
Mm-hmm.
to have that for my internet use. That's my unofficial business name. Okay.
Your domain.
And my domain name, and I pay for that. And when I had that name in Connecticut, and I'm going back a long time now, I even had magnetic advertising that I put on my car, and I called it selective imagery, and I said affordable images for the home. and I meant that seriously. I didn't charge. I mean, an 8x12. I mean, I don't have my price list in front of me, but what I would charge, and this was for metallic pearlescent paper, 100-year paper, with a depending on the size of the picture, it would either have a single or a double matte board backing. And I would charge, let's say, for an 8x12, it might have been $30, something like that. Oh, here it is. Let me think. I charged. What a mess! What a mess this desk is! What a mess! Yeah, an 8x12. An 8x12. I charged $35. And if you just wanted the print, I charged $13. Because the mat boards cost a lot of money. 12x18. Yeah, 12x18 was $85.
Yeah.
$36 for the print.
And you take one matted print like that, and you take it to a place like Hobby Lobby to put a frame. That's already like $150.
I framed two pictures in my house that were from 18 by no, they were two. I framed two 20 by 30 pictures, double matte on the front, nice frame, and this was with a sale that was like 80% off, right? Get this, 80% off, frame, double matte on the front. And it was over $600.
Wow.
Exactly.
For two frames, for two prints, 80% off, $600.
Jeez.
So when people, so my rule number one was, and some well-known photographers, I don't know them personally, but I know who they are. And I look at what they charge for print. And some of them, like I said, up to $1,000, between $500 to say $1,500, depending on if they're a limited edition or a limited series or whatever, will bring the value. What artificially brings the value up. Signed prints, print only. These guys don't get into framing any prints.
No, matting or anything like that.
They don't put matting on it. They just give you the print. And they give you the print. They give you the print. and then you get people like, oh, how come it's not framed or whatever? It's like, they want a 12 by 18 print, matted, framed for $30. Okay, I might as well. Okay, I'll just give you. How about I just give you an extra 50 out of my pocket for you to buy it?
Exactly.
Not worth it, man. Do it for friends. Do it for because like I said, that whole word of my slogan, affordable prints for the home. By the time you figured out your business tax for the state, your business tax for the feds, your state income, your sales tax, and here's the kicker: both Connecticut and South Carolina are the same. You have to pay property tax on all your gear, even if you owned it before you start the business. You have to pay property tax on your cameras, your lenses, your computer, your desk, anything that you use, your printer, anything that you use for your business. You are going to pay a prorated, depending on how old it is, property tax on that equipment. So you got to factor that into your cost. So by the time you do it, like Gustavo says, by the time you do it, if you had to do it, it's one thing to make a little money on the side as a hobby. Okay, you could
Exactly.
you can sit there and say, okay, I can make $10 or $20 on this item, and I'm not using it to feed my family. But if you're trying to feed your family and put your kids through college and do that kind of stuff, you're not selling that print for $35. You're selling that print for $350.
Yep.
And if somebody wants it framed, they're going to pay $700 for it. And, hard to depending on where you live, you may not have people that have $700 to spend on anything, never mind $700 to spend on a photograph.
And that's not even including the insurance that you pay for your equipment.
Yeah.
In case you get robbed or there's a fire or something. Yeah.
Here's a Jim. This is great. His wife surprised us with an Alaskan cruise in May on the Grand Princess.
Where's he go? Oh, Alaska. Yeah.
Alaska. Enjoy.
Yeah. It's a good time to go too.
Jim sent me a picture the other day, and a picture of a boat. And I'm looking at this boat, and he says, "Oh, I went fishing. I went fishing." And he shows his boat, so I assumed it was his boat. And I said, "Oh my God, this boat looked like, it's never seen a drop of water on it ever. Not a mark on it, not a scratch.
Not a barnacle.
It shined. It like glowed in the dark. It was like gorgeous. I'm like, if that's your boat, man, I am so jealous of you. And he says, "Well, that's my daughter and husband's boat." He says, I don't maintain it. This thing looked like, it looked like incredible, and it was one that you could sleep in, that kind of like a cabin cruiser type of boat. Really,
houseboat or
fishing boat, a big fishing boat.
Okay.
So the question for Jimmy, we want a good report out of that trip.
We want to see good pictures out of that trip.
That's right.
Exactly.
You got to get the what do they call it when the glacier's calving, right? When the big chunk falls off the glacier, if there's any glaciers left, when it falls into the water, you got to get that picture.
Well,
that you could sell for $700.
Look at the comment from Jim.
He says, "Go ahead and show it. I'm the one who buffed the boat out." Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, I will. If he's okay with it, I'll show it to him. Yeah, you won't believe how this boat looks. And Jim, if you buffed it out, then you wore your arms out, I'm sure, because this boat is like friggin' crazy good.
So you must have put some protectant or.
But he seemed to be the one that is putting the elbow into the boat.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Wait till you see this picture of this boat. I mean, you're gonna like go. Say, I'll tell you, Jim. Can I go fishing with you if I go to California? I want to go fishing.
California, the taxes and the prices there are just unreal. Even the gas.
You ready, guys? Hang on to your fishing poles. Here we go.
Woo.
Oh my goodness!
Is that
glass? Yeah.
Is that a beautiful boat? If you've ever seen one, my God. That's like the nicest boat that I've ever seen. That thing is incredible. You know, I mean, in the red. Yeah, I can imagine. That thing's beautiful.
And that boat kind of reminds me of the movie with Humphrey Bogart was in. I forget where the gangsters and he got rid of them, but he was in a boat like that.
He says a 26-foot Ranger tug.
Yeah.
That thing is crazy good. That thing is.
Oh my God.
That's too pretty to ever see water. I mean, that should just be in a museum or something. Just leave it in your garage and charge people to sit on it.
What year was that boat made, Jim?
That's like, oh my God, that is like fantastic. I don't know. I'm severely.
It's gorgeous.
Is that boat acquisition syndrome instead of gear acquisition?
4 years old. It's 4
only
years
4 year old. It looks like a old type of boat.
Thing is,
They probably owned it for 4 years, right?
the
But
thing
it looks older. It looks like back in the maybe the early 2000s.
I mean,
That's what he says. Yeah, but after you scratch it one time, or or you spill your food, then it's over with. Then you use it every weekend.
Martin's wife just sent me some pictures, and I'm not going to show them all, but I have a joke, and I can only get away with it because my wife is downstairs. If she was next to me, I could never say this.
Oh,
I'd be hit with a shovel really, really fast. So
you get to sleep with Patches.
well, I sleep with Patches anyway. Patches sleeps with both of us. So let me find one that I'll just find two here that I'm willing to share that I'm not too embarrassed about. All right, there's one, and this one, ooh, that one's pretty good. And okay. Verena took pictures when I wasn't looking.
oh,
That's cheating. That's cheating. Let me see here. Oh, that one I'm not going to share. Come on, mouse. Where's my mouse? All right, I'll share a few of these. So so one of these is a joke. We'll do the joke one first. I'll bring up get the first image ready here. The joke was that we had that bench that I showed you before. They were sitting on at the restaurant. My wife was sitting next to the two of them, and so I give my wife the camera and I go, take a picture of me sitting with them. So she's trying to take the picture, and I'm watching her, and she doesn't say, "Okay, I'm get ready. Here it goes." Doesn't say anything, and I just see her, fumbling with the camera, poke, trying to. Well, what button do I got to hit to take the picture? And I'm telling her, and she's taking a bunch of pictures. And she goes, okay, I got a bunch of them. So I come over and I look at them, and every picture's blurry. I mean, everything's blurry. So I said, those pictures aren't any good. So I delete all the pictures right in front of her, but I'm not like teasing her yet, yet. And I go, well, try again. And I says, just hold the camera like, she says, I can't hold it right. And I go, just hold it like this, and don't put your fingers over the lens, and just touch the button,
That's what I call suicidal, Jeff.
So she takes a bunch of more pictures. So then let's just say they weren't really any better, but they were worse in a different way. So now as a joke, Martin's wife takes a picture to copy the ones that my wife took the second time. So I'll share the effect of what my wife took the second time, and so every picture that that she took, everybody's heads was chopped off. So
Hey, you're being very protective, Mr. Jeff.
so I said, well, those aren't going to work. So I mean, eventually she did get the one shot that came out, but I mean, this was like dragging on like way too long to get, so then the few of the other ones that his wife took that I wasn't aware of. Well, this one I was aware of. This one's fine. This is
Oh yeah,
this is a normal shot in front of the house next to the palm tree, next to the palm trees. Then we got Luis. Give me a second, and I'll bring you in. And then what else do I got here?
Look at the comment.
So yeah, so this will be the last one. So she got us shooting at a bird or something, I'm assuming. And yeah, so this is that what I call the Merle's Inlet. Hello, Luis. How are you?
Hi, good morning or good evening.
So this is the Merle's Inlet Marsh Walk. So you have a long pier on one side, and then if you walk, if you walk forward here, if I turn my body, 30 degrees and walk the other way, you kind of loop around, and then you have a boardwalk area, and you have a bunch of restaurants and bars. So, and this is in the marsh, in a marsh area, and you could rent jet skis, you can rent kayaks, you can go on charter fishing boats, you can go on tour boats, paddle boats, all sorts of stuff. So it's a place where a lot of people go, but when it comes to getting the pictures of the birds, if you go on this longer, I guess you call it a pier or boardwalk area that goes pretty far out into the marsh, you get the one side or the other. There's a small landmass where the oyster catchers will choose to eventually make a nest and rear their young. So that's what we went to get pictures of that day or that morning, and that was Friday morning. But we gave it, as I say, we gave it our best go, and we got some images anyway. But you can't predict what birds are going to show up at what time on what day, or the weather or anything else. So you just work with what you got, right? That's all you can do. And Luis, I let everybody know about. I'm going to remind everybody about this. Luis sent me 2 files. One file shows the map that he had on the screen last week. Costa Rica shows some of the hotels and resort areas on the map where they are. Then he sent me a contact guide where you can get the links to the lodges, accommodations, the tours, and things like that. If you want that, I believe I said send me an email with a title, Costa Rica info, something to that extent. Put it in the title. You don't have to write me a long sentence or paragraph, and I'll attach the 2 files and send them back to you, and then you have that information as a reference. But we appreciate everything that you did with the 2 live streams, Luis, and what you put together. And I said in the beginning of the show, which you didn't hear, I won't make you go back and watch the show. It's bad enough to sit through it once. You don't need to, people don't need to go back and watch it all over again. But I made a comment that I had for a couple of years, I looked at photocentric tours of Costa Rica. I looked at their itinerary. I looked at where they were going and comparing price points and things like that, and then reading about the area. And I thought I knew a little bit about Costa Rica. And then I commented that after you did your presentation, I realized I didn't know anything about Costa Rica. And then you go from, gee, if I go, probably will only be, 7 days, 10 days. And then you do your pitch and you're like, yeah, we did this in 3 weeks. And it's like, not that you can't go in 10 days, but you have to decide what particular species of bird or what you're looking for, because there are just too much variety, like you said, at different locations and different elevations and things like that. And if you're only going to go for a week to 10 days, you really, really have to, compared to what you showed us, you'd really have to narrow it down to a very small geographical area. And yeah, not that you wouldn't get good shots, hopefully, but certainly not the wide-ranging variety that you got. But you were there for 3 weeks,
No, that's true, yeah. And I appreciate Mosman's comment about the dartboard behind me. It's quite symmetrical, but it's purely by chance.
Well, that's how you decide. That's how you decide which route you're going to take when you go to Costa Rica. You put locations on the dartboard and you just start throwing the darts.
Yeah, you can throw the darts indeed, and anywhere they land, it's a good location, I think.
Yeah. No, that was fantastic what you did. I mean, the time you put into doing that is.
But I must say, it took a lot longer than I expected.
Yeah.
All the interruptions from the audience and your co-panelists.
Yeah, but that's the way it should go. It should not be just one side. It's showing one slide or one picture after the other. I mean.
Yeah, I'm gonna get blackmailed here from what I said about my wife's picture taking capability.
Exactly.
Because Maz, man, we're gonna be shooting together next week, and so now he's gonna bribe a free meal out of me. Well, which he would get anyway. We exchange free meals depending on where we are, and we always have a great time. And
was that the 800 PF you were holding on the last picture?
That was the 180 to 600.
Oh, okay.
Because the 800 would have been okay there, but then when we were going to another location, it was a lot. There was a lot of subject matter that was a lot closer, and there's no way to back up. So the 800 would be too long. So I figured I'll do the 180 to 600, and I'll live with that. But the 180 to 600 is good. It's decent. I don't think compared to Gustavo's 600 PF or the 800 PF, I don't think it quite grabs the focus as fast.
No,
and let's say if your keeper rate in terms of like hitting the eye and getting that nice tack sharp eye, if your keeper rate is 95% with a Z9 or a Z8 with the 600 or the 800, it's probably only going to be like 85% with the 180 to 600. It's not going to necessarily every time, get that perfect sharpness on the eye. You have to shoot in short bursts, and you'll get the shot, but you have to take more shots. But sometimes, like the situation that we were in when we went shooting, Martin had the 180 to 600 as well, and his wife was shooting with the D850 with the 500 PF, and I loved shooting my D850 with the 500 PF, and I still have the 500 PF, but.
I thought you got rid of that. No,
Gustavo was the trader that got rid of the 500 PF.
Got it. Okay.
I will pick on him for the rest of his life. 500 PF,
and I still like that 600 PF. But Luis, you have the 600 PF or not?
I have both.
Exactly.
Not to be a traitor to Jeff.
Yeah. No.
At least for the moment, I have both.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried a 300?
No, I actually asked you guys once on one of the live streams a few months ago. No, I never tried the 300.
Okay.
No, I had a 300 non PF years ago, and the thing that for me is it was good for high school sports, that kind of thing. But for wildlife and birding, it's typically too short a lens.
Yeah.
Unless they're like really right on top of you, it's too short a lens.
Still that 180, the 180 to 600 for the versatility, that's a great lens.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have, if you are placed like in Yellowstone, by the way, I'm advising somebody here in the audience, which that is going to have a Yellowstone trip. So I'm preparing some maps for the person. So but he's in September. So every now and then I am doing a Luis impersonation and giving them some tips. But when I
Okay.
put everything together, I share with everybody here.
Yeah.
I'm using the Sigma 150 to 600. That's a pretty good lens too.
Now didn't they have two versions of that?
They
Yeah,
had
they
a
had two.
50 to
They had two.
600, which was a tank, like a missile on your shoulder. But then they came out with the 150 to 6. They had the HSM, but then they upgraded it to the what was it? The OS Sport, something like that.
Right. They had two versions of the
They
same
had
lens.
two versions. The
Yeah.
G1 and the G2, something like that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But the second one is less heavy and it's supposed to be better. So
Hey, look who's coming in to say hi. From the purple room. He is at the Kiki Club in California.
He's going to throw darts on me, I think.
We're waiting for the exotic dancers to come up from behind there and surprise.
Yeah, well, no such luck, not here.
If you had beads hanging behind you, I'd be really scared.
Yeah, I got rid of those before the stream.
Okay.
So, Gustavo, I was actually these last 2 days thinking, what lenses should I take to Arizona? But it's a lot of light, high temperatures.
Wow, you're going to
It's
go.
also
Dry and hot, not humid and hot.
Yeah.
Dry and hot.
Yeah, I was researching something in Arizona today because in May the saguaros are going to be flowering.
right.
So
in May. Okay.
So that would be a good thing if you go to the Sonora Desert, which correct, and the national park there, the Saguaro National Park.
Yeah.
That's the time when they're going to be flowering, because I want to make it when the flowers are in. Okay? Because at the time that you're heading there is when they have the migration of the hummingbirds. So all the different places that they was mentioning are going to be good. But you know me, I will go with it. If I were to Arizona, I will go with the 800 and a teleconverter.
Yeah.
Because the chances are that you're going to need the reach, correct? Even if you are feeders.
Well, he could rent some.
No, but he has the 600 PF. The 600
Yeah,
PF.
with the TC.
Yeah, but he doesn't want
with the TC, with the
With the
teleconverter.
TC, that would be the lens by my side.
Yeah.
Where in Arizona are you going?
Well, we go down. I go with a friend of mine. We go down to Tucson, and then we go to Madera Canyon. Yeah, we go down to Madera Canyon. Sonora National Park is indeed an option. And then we drive south to Patagonia, and then we go to the Sierra Vista area.
So that you're going to go in a good time. Actually, I was, thinking, I should have gone to, because it's better. I mean, it's better to go in May, June, because already some of the migrants are already there. Correct? It's going to be a little bit hotter than I would prefer.
I know that's the only thing that I was maybe end of April. I don't know.
But the 600 PF with a 1.4, that would be my kind of default. because you have to walk or something. Now,
Sure.
if I'm not going to work the feeders, then I will put the 800. Yeah.
Well,
That's something-
I guess part of it's going to depend on your, what you feel comfortable packing and bringing with you too.
Yeah, I know, and that's the thing, because
Yeah.
I like to do some herping as well, and there is plenty of herbs in Arizona. And then, but then
you
for
need to-
that, I'm not sure what I'm going to take. I
You
still
need
have.
to
I
bring
mean,
the 105.
Yeah.
yeah, but sometimes it's too close. I don't mind staying at some distance. I mean, even the 70 to 200,
Yeah.
2.8 with a teleconverter, the old F mount,
Yeah.
that is good enough for lizards and so.
Do
You
you
cannot
have
take a
one-
macro.
Yeah.
Try to approach a lizard with a 100 mil, yeah, they'll go away,
Well, that's what the 180 with 600 for macro.
Yeah.
Close focusing is also very versatile.
Yeah, and that's. But then I would have to carry both lenses again, one in my hands and one in the backpack. I mean, it's. I probably do it, but I'm just thinking about it.
Yeah, that and of course you have to bring from the Netherlands, so you have to everything that you have to pack it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's. I do the same to Costa Rica or to any other place, but
Exactly.
it's going to be a lot brighter there than in the rainforest or
No.
or in any forest.
Except in that Madera Canyon that was mentioned by David Moots, where this they can be, how the trogons are. They like to be in the shade, correct?
Yes.
So it's not. So for that, I will pray for a cloudy day there in Arizona.
Yeah, sure. I mean, for all the contrast, and I see there the 1 to 400 is good for a close up. Yes, but that one I don't have. I don't know. I don't want to make a collection here like Roy. But
Well, if you want to make it your lifelong dream to get more than him, you may be running out of time.
yeah. That's true. That's. No, but it is a good tip. I'll take a monopod if I need to go to lower the speeds. I actually processed two pictures to send you to for when is it, 4th of May, the
4th
photo
of
review.
May, yeah.
And I have you can see it, but I have a group of pictures of that I took in Costa Rica at 1/15 of a second. Just to show as an example.
Was it
May the 4th, that's a Star Wars theme, right, Jeff?
Yeah.
May the 4th be with you?
Oh, yes. Yeah. 4th of May.
All right, let me put you down. Let me get your pill.
But I mean, it's now. How long are you going to be in Arizona for? How long are you staying? Did you say?
No, it's too short because we'll drive down from Las Vegas. So we stay in Las Vegas with this friend of mine. He likes to do aircraft photography. So we're gonna, like I said, we go to close to, is it Nellis Air Force Base, I think, outside, and then he wants to photograph a few, whatever he's flying. He's the expert. I'll probably just roam around looking for lizards somewhere. And then we drive down, and that's my part of the trip. It's going to be, I think, like 10 days or so. Or
I was going to say, if you're in Tucson, there's an International Wildlife Museum in Tucson, but I just Googled it, and apparently it closed in 2023, which is unfortunate. But it's right it's very close to the national park that you're going to be at, and they had over 400 different species that were in there. And it was pretty interesting museum, but it looks like it's closed, unfortunately.
But is that the museum in the Sonora National Park? Because there is one there as well.
Yeah.
Is that the one you're? Oh, really? Because that was on my
list. It
list.
closed in 2023. International Wildlife Museum.
Oh, I have to have a look for that. Let me write it down. Okay. Good.
Hey, pup. Gotta say hi to the dog. She's moving. She's alive. I gotta say hi to her. Okay, Auntie.
So your dog doesn't get anxious when it rains like mine does? She has to be held, or she tries to get underneath where I have my camera bags and stuff, and she likes to hide in there.
She doesn't like thunder, but she's like under the desk where my legs should be.
Yeah.
And so she feels constrained. She feels kind of safe with me being in front of her, you know?
Yeah.
So she's all right. But if she was just like wandering around the house and thunder, if she heard thunder or whatever, she'd be crawling under the bed or something like that. You know, she does not like it. And of course they hear it long before we do, you know?
Well, I didn't even know it was raining or lightning. It's doing that right now. So
I have this one here to share. Well, let me look for something here. This is actually I have been. I was complaining early on to Jeff. It have been snowing for the last 3 days here in Denver. So my current project, which is again photographing my woodpeckers, it got stopped because nobody's working on the nest hole. But I share with you here something.
Well, now you got to call them snow-capped woodpeckers.
Yeah. Let me show this.
Okay. It's quite cold here as well. It's almost just above freezing at the moment.
wow.
You see it, Jeff, or not? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. You can see him kicking out the wood. Yeah.
Yeah. All the pulp, spitting out the pulp.
Exactly. So this one kind of inspired a little bit on what Jeff and Leslie showed with the clips the other day.
Yeah.
With the cookies clips, but you can see the process here now that they actually start working on that cavity for quite a while, but now you can see they're getting a little bit more attached to that particular cavity. They used to nest a little bit higher on that tree, but this is a new cavity for the year. It has some good light, but the interesting thing is that now this week they managed to the cavity is large enough that they can get in, so they start working it from the inside. Right? So when they're working from the inside, they come out and with a mouthful of chips and they flip it. So I love to photograph that. So this is with the 600, right? And then you can see here, and I would share another photos of what I actually was trying to do on the next photo review. But you can see here all the different sequence, correct, of flipping the chips.
Now, because I'm not a Photoshop guy, I'm assuming to get this grid pattern of images, it's a Photoshop thing.
No, I put the 6 images in PowerPoint. Actually, I put this in PowerPoint.
Oh, okay.
Okay. But I mean, if you wanted to make a print, right, you'd have there's a template in Photoshop you
can do that in Photoshop.
Lightroom has templates too, like that.
What's that?
Lightroom has templates like that too.
Okay. Exactly. So you can do that easily. Actually, better quality. But for presentations, PowerPoint is good, correct? So this is the process of them getting the newness cavity, correct? And then these are the individual pictures. Again, I mean, you can see the quality of the image.
Wow. Look at that.
I like that. I like it when it.
Exactly.
They're definitely showing off for the camera.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But this year I have in the other tree another destined pair. So now I have some hairy woodpeckers creating a new hole. So on a different tree, and that's what I said about issue about conservation. Correct? These are trees that are completely dead or partially dead. You have to leave some of those trees up because those are the only ones that the woodpeckers can. Otherwise, they come and do holes in your house, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Or-
Yeah, they're just knocking down so many dead trees in the park.
Exactly.
And the thing is, it's like, okay, if you knock them down, but you're not, and the reason they're dead is because a lot of the trees in the park, we have too many king tides, too many storms, and the salt water is going too far on the land masses, and the particular trees that they have can't handle the salt. So a lot of them die off. So they started knocking a lot of the trees down, but the birds, like especially when the ospreys were around, they would get food from the ocean, and they would land on top of a dead tree, and then they would eat the fish on top of the dead tree. And you used to be able to go by the areas where there were dead trees, and you could see 3, 4, 5 ospreys on each side of the road eating the fish on top of the dead trees. And now you're knocking all the dead trees down, and you're not replacing these trees with live trees that can survive the salt water.
Exactly.
And it looks like heck because they're not even removing what they knocked down. They just leave it laying on the ground. Looks horrible. Looks horrible.
The trees are important. So now I have these other guys as well that hopefully they have been very active getting the hole. They are not yet. They cannot get yet inside, but all these are photos in preparation for what I'm actually trying to photograph. So that I will share with you. But the photo that I have in my mind is with the chicks coming out when the parents are coming in. So that's when you have the need for pre-capture, or you have to be there and pre-focus and wait until you see the woodpecker coming in, and then you trigger, and you will see some of that. Obviously, the chicks are not yet out, but some of the photos of flying out of the hole, which I was able to take yesterday, and I went to share one of those during the photo review. Okay, so this is the male, and this is the female here. Both are working on the tree.
Yeah, you're right. They're not. They need the dead trees to breed.
Exactly.
They need the dead trees to breed, raise their young.
Well, and you talk about, for instance, a species like your eastern bluebird, correct? They actually use the holes of the woodpeckers, correct? So they don't even have the ability to do their own holes. They rely on the old nest cavities by the woodpeckers to be able to nest themselves, correct? Otherwise, you have to have a nest box, but it's not as pretty, right? So anyway, I thought that you will enjoy, guys. So I will keep you posted how these progress and whether I can get the image that will be something like this type of image, but with the parent coming in and the chicks' heads coming out. Right?
Yeah, looks good, Gustavo.
They're good. They're good.
Yeah.
Very good. Very, very good.
Oh, by the way, Tim, I was looking at another museum. That's the Arizona Sonora Desert Museum. That one seems to be open. That's located to the west of Tucson in the Sonora Desert. That's the one I was looking to eventually visit if we have the time to go there.
And those are good for the javelinas, like the one that you took in.
Okay.
There are a lot of javelinas in Arizona. So.
Okay, that's good. Well, I go for other species then.
Yeah. So, so the equivalent to the flicker in Arizona, is the gila.
The gila, yeah.
And the beauty of that one is that they make the nest holes in the saguaro.
Yes.
So that's a good, very photogenic photo.
Yeah, we have to see how we match divide the days as we go down. We probably go first to Madera Canyon and to Montosa Canyon. And then we, as the days progress, we'll see what we miss and then decide where to go from. Because we stay in Green Valley first, which is just south of Tucson.
Yeah.
And then we
And
go
the
to Sierra
drive,
Vista, and then we go back to Tucson. So
the drive from Tucson or the surrounding to Tucson to Saguaro National Park, it's not, for what I remember, I haven't been there for a few years. Not that long. It's like a 30 minutes, 40 minutes.
yeah, that's the impression I have as well. So
Yeah, it's not that long. It's not that long.
yeah, it depends on the temperature, and no, we'll see how it goes. I'll keep you guys posted then.
It's also, if you're in Arizona, a good opportunity to do Astro.
Yeah, but that was something else. I've never done that, but I do have a 200 mil. Not the 200, sorry, the 20. The 20.
Yeah. I mean, if you have clear skies, you may want to try that as well.
Yeah, but then I would probably need to take not necessarily a tripod. I took
you need a tripod.
I took once a picture of a comet in Greece by putting the camera at an angle on top of my car and just leave it there for a few seconds. Actually, it didn't turn out to be that bad. I didn't look to it anymore.
You could get a cheap tripod, off Amazon. You don't need anything special.
Yeah. Well, this friend of mine, because he said, maybe it sounds stupid, but he wants to buy a small ladder in Las Vegas, and I said, "Oh no, it's just to see the aircraft above a fence." That's what all aircraft spotters have. They carry ladders at the back of in their car, so they can stand like a few feet higher than the fence to take pictures. And I said, well, why not?
Well, there used to be somebody that, from what I hear, used to sneak into certain areas with a pair of hedge trimmers and do a little pruning where you're not supposed to be doing pruning, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, we have a better view. Well, I definitely don't want to waste time to go to a DIY shop or whatever to buy a.
The other interesting thing, Luis, on the Saguaro, remember you have seen them, correct? They are very tall. That's a problem.
Well, I've never seen one.
No, it's
no, I've never seen one.
They're amazing.
I know what they are, but I've never seen one myself.
I know. In Arizona, you have the two deserts, correct? I mean, you have the Sonora type of desert and the Chihuahuan desert, and that mountain range that I mentioned, Chiricahua, is actually divided to these two different ecosystems. So the Chihuahuan desert is shared all the way to the east with where Randall is, with San Antonio.
I see.
The cactuses there are nice, but not that pretty. They're really nice cactus are in the Sonora desert. And you cross that mountain range. And then, I mean, the saguaros are 10 meters tall, 5 meters tall, correct? So, So in order to photograph the flowers, correct? Then the good thing is that you need some relief, but Arizona has a lot of relief, so you can find a good angle. Because the other thing that happened during the flowering of the Sonora is that the bats come to most of the pollination of the
are done by bats.
Are done by bats, and those are amazing photography too.
So I have to take gear as well and a flash photography and whatever. So it's not becoming easier, Gustavo.
No, I know.
Yeah, you got to get the special bat lens.
Yeah. That will be. I'll take the flash. That's for sure.
Yeah, but flash photography for bats. That's a difficult thing.
Yeah, that's a difference. That's something. Yeah, I know. That's.
But I know that you like bats.
At night,
your pictures.
Yeah.
But no, Arizona, definitely the Sonora Desert is beautiful. And they
Yeah,
have
it's unbelievable.
and what is that place, Mossman, north of northeast of Tucson, um, Tucson or Phoenix, Mount Lemon.
Mount
That goes
Lemon.
very
Yeah, I
high.
want to go there as well.
Yeah, I have not been there.
That is good because you start getting some of them, high elevation. And you actually get into a forest that look very much like what I have here with ponderosa pines and all that
Yeah.
kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That I've seen in the north, and because we're going to be driving from Las Vegas and spending one night in Phoenix, so maybe see something as well on our way down.
I think when you get from Las Vegas, if I recall correctly, as soon as you pass, what do you call Flagstaff,
Flagstaff,
Yeah.
then you start getting into Sonora Desert proper with saguaros. That's where you're going to see some saguaros already.
Yeah, that's probably why I didn't see a single one in 2017, because we drove with my family from Grand Canyon, but to the west. We didn't go that far south.
That's that desert is beautiful. That Sonora Desert is beautiful.
Yeah, it really is. I would live there. That's how beautiful it is.
Yeah, no, very good. Then I'll. So I have to carry more lenses with me than I expected.
You're gonna have some. You're gonna have to pay some kid to go with you that you don't know to carry all your gear for you.
Well, this friend of mine, maybe I'll give him my backpack. That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's the problem, boy. You start thinking of all the possibilities of any location you go to, especially if you're traveling, and you're just sitting there saying, I really shouldn't be bringing every lens I own.
Compromises, and that's
Compromises,
that's why I love that 24 to 120, because that's kind of my compromise lens. If I have some landscape to do, rather than having to carry the 20 millimeters and the 24 to 70, and so I since I'm
But
mostly going for
the 20 millimeter is actually very good for macro, and with a landscape at the back, if you know what I mean.
The 1.8.
Yeah, indeed,
Yeah.
Because they can focus really close.
that's the one that I want to use. I don't have it. That's in the future, and I'm still saving my powder here for either the plana or that lens. Because I want to use it to photograph the tarantulas during the migration in September.
Okay. Actually, this 20 mil, I bought the old F mount.
Okay.
And I bought it in London at Gray's.
Oh.
Okay.
My daughter actually works in London, so every time I go to London, I try to go by the shop.
Oh wow.
For no reason.
Well, that sounds like an assignment to go there, Luis, and show us the shop from your perspective.
Yeah, it's a nice shop. Although when I bought the 20 mil, both of them were not there.
You see, I live in Surrey for a while, 3.5 years, and but the camera shop that was close to where I used to work was not them, so I never visit them. So the place that I used to work was close to the Savoy Hotel in the Strand. So there was a London camera exchange there by my route to the Waterloo station. So I love when they go around, because when you live in a place, all the alleys, and they say, okay, they are going this way, that way.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. To be honest, I heard during that chef was saying, if you're lucky, you have a camera store in the neighborhood. And I'm one of those lucky persons, because there is a camera store here that just celebrated its 100th anniversary this year. And every time Nikon comes up with something new, they receive it on the day after, let's say. That's why I ended up having the 180 to 600 on the day of the release.
Wow.
and I didn't realize until let's say 2 years ago that they were getting the Nikon stuff, let's say, on the day of the release. Not a lot of them, but even the Z8 I got on the day of the release, which I was like surprised. But it's because of them existing for such a long time, and they say they have a very good, they work very well with Nikon, and I suppose with others.
Yeah.
So Gustavo, I'm going to show you an image that was a once in a lifetime image for me with a woodpecker a couple of years ago, and was very, very, very lucky to be around at the right time.
Exactly. You see?
Wow, look at that. Oh my goodness.
You see, I want that one, but with the woodpecker on the fly coming in.
Yeah, it's got all the food in its mouth there, you know.
Yeah. That's not ivory build, is it? You said a long time ago, so.
The poor cousin.
Yeah.
That's beautiful, Jeff.
You know, I mean, you get and you like to get here's one with the baby, a male and a female. If I can find it here, I had just the two little ones. I think I got it here. Wait a second.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what Gustavo wants. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
with the flying parrots.
Yeah, as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, but you know, some you know, 1 year out of 6, you know, where I've seen them.
But have you checked the same cavity, Jeff?
Yeah.
Ah,
Nothing. You know, the pileated are my favorite. I mean,
yeah.
they're the biggest ones, so
Yeah.
they're really a lot of fun to see. But the problem is, a lot of the times when you hear them and you find them, and you usually they make sure they're in a place where it's not well lit, or in order for them to be exposed decent enough, they're too far away for flash. And if you want them to look good, then you end up with a blown out background. The background's all white, you know, and there's not a lot you can do about it. Not a lot you can do about it.
Yeah, that's the beauty of these two nests. They are there in front of my deck when I take my coffee in the morning. So you just put the camera, point at it, and have my.
Get out of there.
Let me tell you. So I have my two remotes, and then I just click. So lazy photography.
You know, the birds probably look at you, Gustavo, and they say, "Oh, him again? What's he doing this time? What? Now he's got the camera taking pictures of me, and he isn't even here next to the camera, you know, doing all this auto capture stuff." I mean,
but that's the way that's the way you learn, correct? My wife actually was complaining, "Come on, Gustavo, leave the birds alone," because I know, look, they come and I know sometimes and Luis, you probably have seen that. Sometimes the female or the male, they start tapping, correct? They have different displays, correct? When they want to bring the other one, they tap around the hole, tack, 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 and then I know, okay, it's coming, so let me get ready. So you start looking for patterns that allows you to take the photos, correct? But my wife said, "Come on, Gustavo, you know too much about it. You're being like leave the family alone."
you're picking on the birds. You're picking on the birds.
Hey, they are there in front of me. I just taking my coffee.
Yeah.
Birds are going to get a restraining order against you, Gustavo.
Exactly.
File a complaint.
Yeah, when I show you a full picture, because that tree where these flickers are, I had to protect it because it was raided by the raccoons, correct? And so I had to put like metal, these metal pieces that you use for making like docks, right? And I had to put it around so that the raccoon cannot come in. So it's not a pretty tree anymore. So
Yeah.
Well, you just got now for the later in the year, you're just going to have to find another dead body to put in the backyard to attract the birds.
I let it happen naturally.
Yeah.
Well, I think you said right. Somebody had shot that, and it went into your property, right?
Yes.
Wow.
And then you looked at the guy and you said, "No food for you."
Actually, it was so annoying that year that actually this year I put a bunch of signs. No hunting allowed. Don't
Oh,
even
okay.
ask, because I mean, these guys were coming to my front door. Even the last day of the season was the 31st of December. My wife was cooking, and there was bing boom, somebody coming to your door. Oh, there is a deer. Can I shoot it? No, you cannot shoot it. Go away. So this year we didn't have any dead body, like John Nishi would say.
Yeah,
So,
no dead bodies. Yeah,
no dead bodies.
well,
Got a safe space for deer.
Yeah, John wouldn't take a picture without a body in it.
But if it happened, it happened naturally, correct? So if it happened naturally, I will drag it away from the. I mean, if you want that to be taken by the garbage collector or the county, it costs you like $500 to remove a deer. So
Oh wow.
yeah, so I go with my Jeep, put a rope, and then drag it to the back of the property, and then the foxes and the coyote will take care of it.
Yeah.
And then you put signs in the ground that said "food this way" with arrows pointing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I had a friend at was it Air Force Academy. As you go into the academy, Gustavo,
Mhm.
there's a lot of deer there, and
Yeah.
a deer hit his vehicle, and he was said, "Well, I'll just take it home, right?" Because he was on his way home, and he lived in Colorado Springs. But then, what was it? I think security came by, and he's, "Oh man, they're gonna get me for." The guy got out of his car, saw what happened, helped him put the deer in his truck, and so it was great.
Yeah, but yeah, that's the word. I see people doing poaching by running over the deer with the cars.
Oh.
No, but the next. So I see I have deer here every day, correct? But the good season for me will be either later on when they start the display, the rod, or in June I start to get some of the fawns. Okay, then I will go around looking for the little ones.
Jim just posted this note here for you birders. I'm glad he didn't say for you bird brains. I'm glad he said birders. Just signed up to take a tour of an in the wild condor sanctuary here in his county. Spotted 3 flying over his house in recent months. I hope you're in good health, Jim, and that those condors flying around your house isn't a sign. I mean, they might sense weakness. They might be flying around your house looking for you.
Actually,
Yeah, those are massive birds.
I actually have been going 2 times to California on my Big Sur trip looking for the condors and didn't see them. So, but
Well, in San Antonio, while I'm driving around, they're on top of the lampposts.
no, but those are the
Yeah, I mean,
no, but those are
Vultures?
the
Vultures.
turkey vultures.
Okay, vultures.
All right.
All the condors,
Ones. Okay.
all these condors they all have tags and numbers, and you can only see them in that area in California where Jim is, or in the actually sometimes nowadays the ones that are becoming more visible are the ones by the visitor center in the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, I've seen them there. Yeah.
There's San Diego Zoo does a lot with condors and rehabilitating them, and
Exactly.
they have a lot of condors there.
Yes.
Wow.
Those turkey vultures are tiny compared with these condors, Randall.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Well, they're bigger than my dog, so she's a snack to them.
So interesting enough, when I was traveling from the eclipse, since we're in the burden section, the last hour, which is always the burden section of this show,
Yeah.
I was traveling from Kansas, correct? And there were some big signs, correct? I mean, saying if you have black vulture problems, call this number. And my wife said, "What the hell is going on here?" And then so we came home and did some kind of searching. It just happened, Luis, that the black vultures, okay,
Mhm.
are expanding their range north.
Range, yeah.
So the in Kansas and those places, even here in Colorado, what you see is mostly the turkey vulture, the one that
Turkey.
Randall was mentioning. But the black vultures are expanding north, and they are a little bit more aggressive. So apparently, for the farmers, it's becoming a problem because those will start taking on, newborn calf and all that kind of.
Oh wow!
And then but they are a protected species. So there's some people that specialize of trying to not get rid of by killing them, but trying to create situation where there is less number of interaction with the black vultures.
Well, this last time I was in Costa Rica, we actually stopped the car because there was just a newborn calf just next to the road.
Mm-hmm.
And that was interesting to see that the mother, there was it a caracara or a black, could be a black vulture. That's what I thought about it. The mother cow was with her feet right on top of the calf and would not move.
Yeah.
And she stayed there all the time.
Yeah.
But I suppose they are more used to it there.
Well, they probably eating the placenta or something, correct?
Yeah. Also, but she was right on top of him.
Wow.
Because we did take a few pictures, but I think I erased most of them because there was a wire going through the
exactly
the frame. But she was really on top of the calf. It was just newborn because
You gotta go out, Patch.
I wouldn't have seen it, but there was this vet in the group, and he was very good at spotting these things.
Wow.
So I still keep I still trying to go to California and provided the highway 1 is open, so there is no landslide or something.
It's going to be difficult.
Some of those vultures, some of those condors.
What's the wingspan on those? Do you know? Offhand?
They're really huge.
Close to 2 meters, correct? So which is
Even more or more.
Yeah.
I think so.
It's like 10 feet. 10 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say that and that's one of those birds when it's flying in the air over you and it's casting a shadow. The shadow looks a lot bigger. You think it's probably a pterodactyl.
A plane. Yeah.
It's funny how that works. Sometimes you're walking around and sometimes you're spotting birds because you see their shadow approaching you, and you think it's really big, and then when you actually see it, it's not as big, But
yeah, they have a shadow you do not want to see.
Yeah.
So Jim, So he has a screech owl, and he's asking whether, and you have photographs on a screech owl, Jeff. Okay, if they do have pick a spot and hang out, uh, and the answer to that is yes. So with owls, because they are so cryptic, correct? If you have them displaying, Jim, correct, in the morning, you listen, and I do that with my uh, gray horn owl here, right? Is you listen, then you sit. You sometimes can mimic because they reply to you, and then you with binocular you start looking in the direction, and sometimes you find them. They have to reveal themselves to you rather than so listening is the most important thing.
Yeah, and then you look for and then if you're and you narrow it down to a certain zone, and if it's an area that you can walk through, you look to see basically regurgitated bones or waste along the bottom of the tree. And that'll tell you that you have an owl in that tree or frequents that tree. If you find regurgitated, say, mice bones or rats and stuff like that, and then you see the poop on the tree as well, and then that's your big key to that's the spot, because they don't build their own nests. They either occupy nests that were there from other birds, or they find a hollow area inside of a tree branch, or like I said, a hole that happens to be in the tree already, and they just occupy that space. But they're not nest builders. They're nest stealers, or they find, like I said, a hole or a cavity somewhere, and that's where they're going to be.
They're squatters.
That's
Squatters. Yeah. You try to kick them out all the time, and they always come back.
But the trick with owls is just listen, sit down there, wait until hoot. If they hoot, you can hoot back, or you can. I don't recommend that, but if you can use a recording, correct, as well, but only to see where they are, correct?
Yeah. You got to be cautious with using that, only because, well, you be careful depending on the time of the year. If they're mating or whatever, you don't want to confuse them and make them think that there's a mate nearby when it's you with your vocalization device.
No. I mean, the vocalizations imitation that we can make are not that bad.
Oh yeah, if you do it yourself, then the only thing you're going to get is strange looks from your neighbor. That's all.
Yeah, that's for sure.
They're going to say he's lost it. He's walking around doing bird noises again. That's it. He's gone.
But there are some species of owls that are active during daytime. Not all of them are only active at night.
Okay. I got to do you guys keep the conversation going. I got to do a doggy break. I got to let the dog out here. Yeah. She's been good. I mean, she's lasted quite a while here. So it's not raining this second. So I'll take that as a hint to take her out.
Yeah, if you're lucky, they were the owls. If there is a hooting pair or territorial dispute, I will show a picture in the next review that there was a territorial dispute because they were hooting all day, and so I managed to see them like 10 a.m. Plenty of light, right?
Yeah,
and because they were in a territorial kind of dispute, and I just happened to be there. Looking out, and I managed to get some good pictures.
Yeah, and very often they are territorial during the winter months because most of them breed quite early in the season.
So when I was in the military, we were on bivouac, and I saw a big owl on a limb, but at the bottom of the tree was hollowed, and that owl had the chicks underneath him.
Oh, see,
I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, Because as I probably said before, I'm a volunteer in a nature reserve here nearby. It's a former quarry, and the big owls, the European eagle owl, breeds there. And when the chicks leave their nest, very often they kind of fall. Well, it's a controlled fall to the ground. Very often they are just there for a few days or maybe even a week. Some of them are caught by foxes, unfortunately, but that's the way it is. But very often you can see the adults. That's when you normally see the adults on the ground. Is when the chicks leave the nest and they cannot fly really well. Not that they always stay there, but some of them can stay there for a few days.
And they keep feeding them in the ground.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
One time here, Luis, here in Corral, there is a lot of gray horn, correct? One of those have their, I don't know, you know the store, but the guy here in America will know. It's called Lowe's, which is like Home Depot.
Okay, yeah.
In the lumberyard section of the Home Depot, there were some owls. So everybody, they cordoned the area, so everybody was going there to photograph the owls and the chick. The bad thing is that
opportunity.
Because it was it wasn't a residential or urban area. Most of the prey, believe it or not, were cats.
No, I believe because most of the prey around here that we have are rock doves. They catch them when they sleep at night. And actually, when at least one of the couples that lives in this area discovered the main plain of our town, nobody at first believed that they were hunting there. But they actually go to the main, where it's full of bars and cafes and everything. But that's where they hunt at night.
Oh wow!
And it used to be full of pigeons, and we still have pigeons there. But the population actually went down dramatically from the moment they started to hunt them there.
Yeah.
They actually they thought at first that it was a couple that lives close to where I live in this nature reserve. But they did some satellite tracking a few years ago, and they discovered it was a different couple that actually was going there. Luckily, the population here is quite stable.
Yeah, I think, Luis, I don't know if you remember seeing that, but I think it was Martin, actually, that in one of the photo review a couple of years ago, he showed some beautiful pictures of the Eurasian horn owl, the one that you were just mentioned, that has the orange eye, correct? The one that we have here has a yellow eye, but the one that you guys have there in Europe, which is related somehow, it has that orange color.
It's true. The Eurasian one is actually bigger than the American.
So I think he photographed it also in Germany, that one that he chose.
Oh, that can well be. I'm trying to look here for. I'll try to show you a picture if I find it. The one that I took in the area. But I think Jeff, if I want to share something, Jeff has to approve it, right?
Right.
Yeah. Jeff has to. Yeah.
You have to wait until he.
No. I mean, it's fine because I didn't find it yet. Oh yeah, I'm looking at the. Okay.
What's the biggest owl? Was it the horned owl is the biggest, or is that the eagle? Horned eagle.
It's the eagle owl, and I think there is one fish owl in Japan, which is technically the biggest.
Oh wow. Okay.
Because everybody asks here, and we always in the tours they say this is the biggest species, and then we have to correct. It's not the biggest; it's the second biggest. But it's just a matter of averages. Because the Eurasian eagle owl can be bigger than those, but in average, the others are bigger than these.
Yeah. Here in the Americas is depending on whether you go by weight or wingspan, the gray horn or the great gray.
The great gray, yeah. Those
the
are
gray
big
bigger,
as well.
But is lighter than the great horn.
Indeed, those I've never seen. They also live in Europe, but up in the north.
Now you have to go to Finland or something like that.
Yeah. I've never been there. That's
No, I think I have some fantastic photos of that one.
okay.
The other great. Actually, show you something here.
Very good. Okay, I think I'm getting there. So when Jeff is back, I think I can show the picture.
Well, you can show your picture if you're using a program where you can share it on your screen. So it replaces what you're looking at, and your screen will show the picture.
Well, that's
So you see,
Yeah,
that one.
yeah. So that was in Yellowstone.
Okay.
So
Is it a wild one?
Yeah, that one landed like 5 meters from where I was, and I have like 500 millimeters, and the only thing I could do is a close up of the face.
I see.
But it's not that one. Is one that I have because it was in a local club kind of exactly. That's the one they were Asian.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So that is in that quarry.
Yeah. This is a picture I took when I was taking a group of. I don't remember if it was from the university or from the local hospital, but I was with a group of colleagues, let's say, or from work, and he happened to be perched there completely by chance, and I had a camera, I don't remember, and a big lens. Sometimes I used to bring them to take maybe I could take a picture of one of these, and once I took this picture, I decided, well, it's difficult to improve on this one. But it was just perched there during daytime.
Yes.
And sometimes if they're like that, the crows come and arrest them. And
that's the other way, correct?
Yes.
If you see any mobbing, correct, then you go and watch. So because I think Kuaras is talking about how do you find the owls? Yes, that I know if there is a predator either, right?
I once found a pine martyr because there was a squirrel going berserk, and I was like, why is that squirrel going like that? And then I found out the reason. Sometimes you're lucky.
Well, sometimes too, that what you see, I don't know, I've seen it happen occasionally with an owl, and usually it's mostly hawks, and lots of times it's hawks is where the small birds will
exactly.
You'll see the small birds flying and actually they'll hit the larger predatory birds to try to scare them away from their nest or whatever. So if you see all of a sudden a couple 2, 3, 4 small birds start going nuts, and you see them kind of like they're going after something, it's usually going to be a predatory bird, a raptor or an owl, something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Let me share something here because I have.
Yeah, I'll close this window then. There we go.
I can get it here.
I'm looking for something here.
If anybody in the chat's getting tired, I think we'll have the My Pillow guy come on and try to sell you some pillows.
Isn't he out of business?
I don't know. You never know with him. The story changes every day, I think.
Let me look for
something. Yeah, it's raining hard again. That's why my dog and cat are in this room. Yeah, she tried to go right through all my camera bags, and I have a couple of cameras that are alive. Climb in there.
Yeah.
It's hard.
let me share this picture. So I'm sharing this one because it's not the one that I'm going to share on the photo review. But what is it? Sorry, I lost it here, guys.
That's Luis's photo.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't see yours yet here.
No.
You're playing tricks with me, Gustavo. You're making me look like I don't know what I'm doing, which we all know that's true, but I don't need to emphasize that point.
All right, let me see if I can see it now. Here it is. Okay, now I can see it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah. So that was not the photo that I'm going to share. That actually was like 5 days before. There were a lot of display, and as I said, I just sat down there in the grass for a little while, and then with the binoculars until I found it. But it was in the middle. It was like 9 a.m., 10 a.m. So the problem is also the light, correct? Because if they are going to be under the trees, you have to also have the good light conditions.
Yeah, and this is where if there's not enough openings in the branches, then they're dark, and you try to lighten them up, and then all the highlighted areas get so bright, it's difficult.
And you can see that I was having that problem, Jeff. You can see here these branches that are out of focus. So you're trying to, thread the needle of your angle between the branches. Okay.
Absolutely.
So in this case, this is with the 800 and the 1.4.
It's very good.
And the thing is too, sometimes it's like I don't know. This is just me. If I were to see this myself, my first thing would be get a picture of it right now before it decides to take off.
Oh yeah.
And at least get a image of it, and then you can move around and try to get it so maybe the background, you're getting it at an angle where the background is darker, so you don't have any hot spots in the picture. But you got to get the initial shot first, because if it takes off, then you have nothing. So you have to get something first, and then from there you could try to make it better, but you got to try to get something.
Yeah. So anyway, so this is not the one for the
show is better.
It's better. So that's a teaser.
Well, what you think is a bad shot, everybody else, it's a wall hanger. For you, it's like, oh, it's not that good. I got a better one,
Oh man.
Yeah.
But still, that's excellent.
Yeah, that's very good. Can I show you guys another picture?
Yeah, sure.
But
that looks better.
But no, it's a different technique, but also an animal, a bird which is active at night, but it's not an owl. Maybe Gustav will recognize.
That looks like a willet.
No,
it's almost.
Well, in English, it's called a woodcock.
The woodcock, yes.
Woodcock.
And I'm showing this one because I took it with 200 to 500 with a flash almost at night. And I was surprised how sharp it actually came while it was flying.
Wow.
This is, again, one of those shots. It's difficult to improve.
Well, you remember the shutter speed?
Oh, I'll give it a minute and I'll...
But so where do you have the flash? Do you have the flash mounted on
top of the camera? I was with a group of volunteers, and we were going to count nightjar territories.
Wow.
And the idea was to just walk around this open area and listen for nightjars. and this woodcock was flying around. So I thought, like, well, why not try to take a picture while it flies on overhead? And I was surprised how it worked out. Just give me a second. I'll try to.
Wow. No, American woodcock, which there's a one here, it's an amazing bird. I've never seen one.
No, this was the one and only I saw so far.
And they actually, if you find them, they're quite approachable. I don't know.
Yeah, apparently so in Europe the same.
Yeah, because they rely on camouflage, correct? But no, there is some amazing videos and photos. You probably have seen some. They have a funny walk when they go.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, let me try to find it.
But I never the American woodcock and this one also they're considered game birds, correct? People hunt them for their meat. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure in Europe how it stands. I know they don't live in Portugal. That's why also I never saw one when I was living there. But they do live in the Netherlands, and I understand that they can be quite visible when they are flying. They make a display at the end of the day.
Yeah,
it's just slightly too early in the season, but I'll actually come now that we're talking about it. I'll come to a friend of mine and see if we can try to arrange something. So what I can see here, very small letters. It was taken on the 26th of June, so that's why it's too early now. Let me have a look. It was taken at 1/200th of a second. 5.6, yeah. f5.6, 1/200th of a second with a flash.
Wow, that's amazing that you can do that with a flash.
Yeah, I must say everybody else was surprised me as well. So I was just broken, like, look, look at it. No, that's why I wanted to show, because sometimes you can take good pictures with, and that's why we're talking about owls, and I thought about this one. I like to photograph at night as well, and sometimes you take pictures only with a flashlight, without flash, and sometimes with a flash. But especially owls, the eyes always turn red when you take pictures with flash.
Yeah.
Well, not always, but very often they do.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find one here that I.
Now, did you crop this in, Louis?
No, this is the way it was. Well, actually, what you see, there is a bit of black or kind of dark blue missing to the right and to the left.
Okay.
But because it's a rectangular.
Yeah.
So you see on top, I clipped a bit of the wing.
Okay.
But the what you see vertically is a shot.
Yeah. I mean, it's still a great shot. I mean.
Yeah. I mean, it's
especially
what are the chances?
Yeah. I mean, it looks sharp.
I have a second picture that I took after he came back, but that one is less sharp, but taken under the same conditions. I don't know if I can find it in the computer.
I'll throw in one here for the.
But your owl, that owl that you took, Jeff, with the moss, remember?
Yeah, well, I got one for you here. This might be the one you're thinking of. I don't know, but we'll see.
Exactly. Look at that one, Luis.
Wow.
Oh, really? What is that? A Soviet? No.
No, it's a.
Not sure if that's a screech owl or not.
It's a red morph of a screech owl.
It's
red morph.
There's two colors. You either get a red one or you get one that's more brownish, I believe.
Okay.
So, and the red ones you don't see too often, and this, we happen to have found this one, and it hung around for maybe 2 or 3 days, and it disappeared.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite photos you have taken, Jeff.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
No.
So I will raise you another. I will raise you another owl. Let me show you. What
We're gonna make me look for owl photos now. This is
I will show you my favorite great gray owl.
This is
Photo
like a
that I have
card
taken.
game.
Most men had enough, I think.
And
You got it up there now, Mozman? Is it? I mean, Gustavo, is that
I
it
think
there?
so.
Okay, give me a second.
Let me see if I can
That's the one, right?
Wow.
look at that one.
That's good.
Jeez.
All right, I'm gonna have to try to top that one now.
No, I'm out of pictures. I think it's.
I show you the because this was actually this was lucky in a way, but the thing with the gray grays is that they can hunt during the day, eh? And if you find one, then and you stick around, they will fly around you. They ignore you completely. But in this case, that's my second encounter. It took me like 5 years between encounters in Yellowstone. But what I love about the photo, the other one I go closer, but it's all these, like in your photo, Jeff, all the moth, okay, of the perch.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that makes the background makes a big deal on that shot. You know, that's what helps make that shot. I mean, not that the bird isn't fantastic, but the surrounding around it is really great.
Yeah. So this is the same one. And you guys, you see, when I share, I cannot see what.
Pics.
Yeah, and that's all. You know, obviously you got the perfect blur in the background.
Yeah. So that's my old 600.
Wow. Look at that.
What do you mean your old old one?
Yes, the G.
The heavy one.
The one that I cannot carry anymore. Look at that. So owls are great, but they don't come around very frequently. See that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. That's cool. And boy, that blends right in with the tree, doesn't it? With the bark.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Oh, that just kind of.
Yeah, that's in the wintertime, right?
Well, winter for us here, yeah, but they do nest in winter. That was one of the dirt road going into Roxborough Park. The good thing about owls is that if you know where you go around to the dirt road and you find the nest, then you can go another time when there's better light or and try to photograph them. I don't think I have in the collection. Sorry, guys, I showed my secret here. My secret stash.
Your secret stash. Yeah, I'm trying to find a certain one, and I haven't found it yet. I got too many. I mean, it's mine aren't all organized in a nice folder.
You see, a nighthawk.
Oh,
That's very good.
Yeah. I never saw one of those.
Yeah.
That's a common, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I see the white is in the middle of the wing.
There's Chick.
Yeah. So sorry, guys.
Very good. I have to go to bed, I think. But can I show you guys not that good picture, but one taken without flash, but just with a flashlight next to the car.
Sure.
It should be there somewhere.
I got it.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
So this is inside of a rental car, and then with I think it was my son pointing a flashlight to this owl, and I was taking this picture as still as I could with a 500 PF. And it turned out better than I expected. I didn't expect much from it, but there you go. So it's not an example of a very good, or let's say extremely sharp, but it's sharp enough.
Oh, that's beautiful.
No, that's, you wouldn't really you're looking at it, there's no real hot spot or anything. You wouldn't realize that was from a flashlight.
No, it's all
It's
but
diffused nicely,
Yeah.
That's when you want, Luis, you want to have, let me have two flashes so I can balance the picture.
Yeah. Actually, I wanted to show a different picture, this one. Anyway, it's good. Let's see, what does it say? I was at 1/25th of a second. Yeah, 1/25th of a second with a 500 PF. ISO is 25,600.
Wow.
But okay.
Didn't through any denoise or anything, or?
Yeah, but it was really, really bad.
Huh.
This is okay. I went through the noise, but I don't use the XO. I use Affinity Shop.
Okay.
Affinity Photo, I mean, sorry. But just for the record, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's a Ural owl. I've never seen this one before, so I was very excited to see it.
So where was that?
This one specifically was in Japan.
Oh, okay.
They live in Europe, in Eastern Europe. In Eastern Europe, it is more of a mountainous species, and then it follows the taiga forest until Japan.
Wow, that's beautiful. One species that I haven't have any luck whatsoever is on the snowy owl.
They don't come that far south.
No, but I have been
in America, yeah.
In Calgary, in the Calgary area.
Okay.
Where they have been owls, and I have some friends that have photographers into Calgary, and sometimes they come more regularly because it's further north.
Sure. The problem is that it's going to be minus a lot, and I don't like that.
So Mossman,
it's going to be cold when they are there. So
yes, exactly. It will be winter.
It will be winter, yeah. That's when my Portuguese blood comes and says, you know what, I'm not going. So it's mea culpa. I don't have. Very good. I think I'm going to leave you guys because I'm going to sleep a little bit.
We're about to finish here in 8 minutes.
They always say sleep is overrated. At least that's what I have to convince myself of.
Oh, I see that. You guys are all about to stop anyway.
Yeah.
So Tim, what is the story behind the photo?
That's a California condor. That was taken that was taken in San Diego.
No.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like a condor to me.
Really?
Nah.
It's an American. It's an African vulture or not?
Exactly. Look, all world.
I don't believe that's a condor.
So you think that you took that one in San Diego Zoo?
Yeah, in San Diego.
Oh.
That I believe, but it's not a condor.
But they do have, because I do follow the Ventana Society, which is the one that Jim was referring to. They do have, I think in San Diego, they have one of the captive breeding for the condors, for sure. But that
this
to me
is an
looks
old
like an
world. Yeah, this looks it's not a European species either, but it's more of an African, I think.
Had you photographed the vultures in Spain, Luis?
I sent a picture once of a griffin. I think I have. Yeah, I photographed all the species that regularly come to Europe.
Okay.
Not
Beautiful.
necessarily
So,
the
Jeff,
pictures, but yes.
what was
So he
this?
either has a red-headed vulture or a turkey vulture, is what Mosman has.
No.
Yeah. Wow.
I just threw this one in. Can't find the one that I wanted to throw in though. I don't know where the heck it is.
Is that a spotted or?
It's just a barred owl.
Oh yeah, Barrett. Yeah, not spotted Barrett. Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the. You say it's not the owl I'm looking for.
He's a red-headed vulture.
Look at the Mothman, that blue eyes, that vulture.
It's getting late. It's getting hard to look at the little thumbnails here.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Eyes are having trouble focusing.
Yeah, redheaded.
As they say, not as young as we used to be. But yeah, we got some.
So put the reminder, Jeff, at the end for the photo review, because people sometimes looking for the instruction, they look at the end of the.
Yeah, and they come in late. Where
they look at the beginning or at the end, so it's good to put the instructions.
Yeah.
Here we go. Reminder, everybody.
There we go.
Be there or be square, man.
And you want the photos by which day? That's a condor.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a male condor.
That's a California condor.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, I had the wrong photo before.
Yeah. Good job, Tim.
That's scary looking. I wouldn't want that looking at me. No way.
Oh. Okay.
You want to see an eagle catching a fish in Louisiana?
Ooh. Okay. I got a picture here from. Exactly. So,
Yeah, Joe, you still got time. Send in your pictures.
exactly.
Usually you do it right after the last picture show. So
I was reading about these condors. All that thing they have. They use that to actual transport carrion to the chicks, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So the California condors, part of their diet used to be marine mammals.
Yeah.
So whales
seals
and
so.
seals and stuff like that. And I read some reports from the people that dealt with that if they manage to if they manage to locate a elephant seal or a whale, that's basically very important for the reproduction, and they actually very successful. But they were talking about, remember, they go inland quite a bit into in California, correct? They actually and it will smell like the beach around this area, which is 20-30 miles inland.
Yeah, sure.
Because of all the food these guys will bring, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. And there is taking off.
Right, Lewis.
So who's the photo?
That's
Jeff,
me.
I suppose.
That's me.
Beautiful, Jeff. You haven't showed that one before.
No, I got tricks up my sleeve. I don't show everything.
That's the way to go.
You know, you can't. Okay, now I found the one that's disturbing, but
I still like that red morph with the moss. That's a
Yeah, it's a really nice one. I have another one up that I can show, and then I'm done.
you want the disturbing one? Should I show you that one? I'll find you the more disturbing one out of the bunch.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, that's too disturbing. I won't show that one.
If it's too disturbing, then you won't be able to sleep.
Well, I have many disturbing ones, but so I won't. I don't want to cause nightmares or anything. Let me see if I got it here.
I have one last one, and then I'm off.
Let me find the. Let me see if it's this one.
Go ahead and share so that Jeff can.
Yeah, I'm just.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That's not too bad. That's pretty good.
I like it.
The eyes, the eyes are what make it kind of spooky. Under the color of the eyes is weird, you know.
And that's a squirrel or what?
That's like a giant field mouse.
Okay.
But yeah, it was.
The eyes are blue, right?
The eyes look blue.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
We got another one here. Here's Louise's shot. Let's get it up here. Make it bigger. Let me get rid of the thing here. Blow it up.
That's a Scops owl in Greece. This one was with the flash. In the flash, it was quite dark. So I use I tried 3 times. Every time he was calling behind the hotel where we were, and every time I walked there, he would fly off. And then the last try, I went with my wife, and I said to her, "He's there." So the idea was that she would point the flashlight so I could focus, and then I would take a picture. And this is one shot.
Wow.
One shot that I managed after several tries, and that's it. So I was quite happy with this one.
Yeah, that's nice.
Obviously, a fraction of a second later, he wasn't there anymore.
Yeah, these the other ones that I'll be trying. I'm going to give it a try here. Not in one of the local parks, is the burrowing owls.
Oh yeah,
yeah, the small ones in Florida.
Exactly. Here they nest in the prairie dog town. Okay? So if you happen to be relatively a prairie dog house town close to the road, sometimes you can find them. But that's you need the 800 millimeter for the 2-time converter to get even a decent picture. And those are diurnal too, correct? I mean, they're, the little ones are around.
Yeah, those are nice. I've seen them once in the south of Canada. I think it was a release program. I read later.
All right, Mr. Jeff, we reach our time.
Oh yeah, we did. I'm just gonna throw up a few quick shots here if they show up that Arthur sent me, and I just opened up his link. I'm probably not going to show them all, but I mean, I'm not even sure if I can.
You see, Mossman, that one that you have there.
Yeah.
That actually one bird that I also want to photograph.
Well, I know where they are. They're 15
Those
minutes
are
from my house.
acorn woodpeckers, correct?
Let me. Oh man.
Have you seen Luis? Have you seen those?
The acorn, yes.
Look at that one there from Tim.
That's an acorn, right?
Yeah, exactly. I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
so.
I've seen those in Costa Rica.
Yeah, those are beautiful, Tim.
I might have seen them in California. I'm not sure anymore.
I know. Oh, definitely California. They like all these oak trees. Right?
Yeah, indeed, yeah.
That's beautiful, Arthur.
It's gorgeous. Yeah, I'm trying to. Oh, you know how it is when you're doing this. It's.
So Arthur, you need to send your photos to Jeff for the next.
Yeah, pick some for the next photo review. I mean, I'll
Put that one there from Tim. That's make that bigger.
let me. Hey, give me a second. At least I wanted to throw one up there that Arthur took. Trying to. Where's Tim's? Okay. Boom.
That's beautiful, Tim. And what lens did you use for that one, Tim?
Ooh, that was a couple years ago. That might have been the.
That one.
I don't know. It might have been the 1-400.
Yeah, I haven't had luck with that one. I have seen the Lewis woodpecker, which is nice as well, but not the. I haven't seen the acorn. They seem to be more kind of more common in some of the. I think by where some of those valleys with the big oak, like where Jim, close to where Jim lived in Paso Robles.
Yeah, this was about 15 minutes from my house in one of the parks near me.
Beautiful. Did you find the caches or where all the holes where they store their?
Oh yeah. The holes all over the tree. Yeah.
Exactly. The holes, the little holes to catch.
It looks like a pretty darn good sized bird. You know, either that or it's just an optical illusion, but it looks pretty big.
I have some. I actually have that. I took a lot of photos of the tree as well. I have some pretty cool photos of the tree because the tree alone, without the bird, was pretty fantastic with all the holes and yeah.
Nice color.
Oh, they are beautiful.
Very good. Okay, guys. So officially, I'm going.
All right.
Take care.
Thanks for coming. Thanks for stopping by.
Welcome. My pleasure. Bye-bye.
Right. Have a good one.
Cheers.
Well, everybody out there in the YouTube universe here, it's 2:07 a.m., which is 7 minutes 7 minutes beyond Betty by time, as they say. But I'd like to thank everybody for visiting the channel and participating and asking questions. And it was great to see Chuck in here for the hour that he was able to pop in, and his wife and Roy. Roy is in rare form again, and hopefully we get him back on the panel soon. But it's good just to see people in the chat, and things will, as they say, improve as time moves on, right? At least that's what we all want. Let's see. So, you got next week. You got 2 weeks basically to send in photos for the photo review for May 4th. Get them in by noontime Eastern, 12 o'clock noon Eastern time on May 3rd. And we will be more than happy to add them to the list. We only have a few early entries. We have about 9 pictures right now. I don't even have mine picked out yet. So, of course, I probably showed the ones I would have put in the photo review, a few of them tonight. So I probably just kind of screwed myself on that one. So I got to find something else, but that's how it goes.
Exactly.
Try to make sure we had enough things to talk about tonight, and I think it worked out. And Mozman takes great food photographs, guys.
Wow,
And,
that looks good.
It's a pizza I made, so everyone can go and have a midnight snack now.
Gee,
yeah, I'm drinking my cheap tequila.
that's the best photo of the day, Mossman.
It's making me hungry.
Yeah, when I let the dog out, I had to get a couple slices of American cheese because I had my lunch/dinner like at 3:00,
But
and I was getting a little hungry.
Tim, but you also have you are drinking also here. You also have a Italian beer.
Yeah. Gotta have Italian beer with an Italian pizza.
Oh, something fishy here.
Oh, you should see that work he puts into these. He wins the contests at work. You know, when it's a food, you got to take a picture of whatever you made to bring to work or whatever, and he always gets the best photo. You know, and then he gets a lot of jealous comrades who.
Yeah, they banned me. They banned me from taking. We have a Slack at work, which is basically just a way to communicate with your coworkers through text messaging, and we have a chef channel where everyone can submit photos of their work, and we have competitions all the time.
Wow.
And I got banned because I take professional quality photos, and everyone else is using their iPhone. So I had to give everyone tips on how to take photos.
But not only that, Tim. I mean, the light is fantastic. You use what type of lighting do you use for this one?
This one I used a strobe. I used a softbox on the side.
Okay. Because the shadows are beautiful.
Yeah.
Yep, just light it from the side. That's the best way for food photos.
And I bet it tasted wonderful too.
Oh, it was delicious, absolutely delicious. It's called the Bee Sting Pizza, and it's a New York City. It's a Brooklyn pizza place. It's a really famous pizza. So it was sort of like a copy. It was an homage to that pizza.
Oh wow!
See, we cannot eat that one. Otherwise, at this time of the day, we get indigestion.
I'm gonna log us off here, so we'll say goodbye to everybody. And thanks once again, everybody, and thank you for your support and kind words. And we will do our best to be back next week. And maybe Chuck. I'd like it if Chuck even came on. Like I said, just come on and just show yourself here so everybody could see you. And
hang on for a little while.
And nothing wrong with that. Get used to sitting in the chair again, Chuck. We want you to get used to sitting in that chair, and wearing the AP Studio shirt with the AP Studios light in the background lit up, and it makes everybody feel back to normal, if you know what I'm saying. But anyway, good night, everybody. And as I say, enjoy life, capture some of it, get out there and get some images and get some to share with us in a couple weeks. So take it easy.